cracking into that really. Cool, that'll do. We'll hit that, and the next one that should drop the firewalls around my target. Boop, boop, boop. Nice. That should do, right? Cool. Has 2 firewalls left. Dumb chance, but we'll take it. Cool. Worked. Nice. And this is where it gets difficult, so we'll get one of those and just drop it in. Hopefully it goes there. That'd be nice. Yeah, that'll loosen everything else up. Cool. Not by much, but it'll do it. Okay, let's back out. What about that one? Definitely want that, and then that. Okay. Can I get another 64,000? Man! This sucks. Everything is... I'm fucking poor! Just like real life.
Error. You cannot enter a node you have already captured.
Alright, thank you, security bot. Fuck. Hmm. 16 minutes left. I'm actually not doing too bad considering. Let's try to pop in through here. Pardon me. That should be easy. I'd be interested to see how B would do with this. B likes shapes. And with shapes and counting, that's basically what this game is at its core. That'll do it. So that's open. Anything else that's really worthwhile? I mean, like, I can try and capture some of those, but I don't know what's under ice. So let's just pop in a Hydra, because that shit's cheap. And apparently I haven't even used one yet. Actually, let's try that first. Just gonna hit that, yeah. Oh, what if I do? That. Oh, that. Back out. Let's try another. Okay, that's a little better, actually. Hit that and hit that. That, and then this. Pardon me. Let's see how this does. Ooh, they have a nasty trap line up there. That'll go down, that'll go up. That won't do too well, but that one will. So close. Hit that. Is there any way to trigger that first? Yeah, that's gonna just sweep it. But no, it'll hit that and spread over. It won't matter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, so close. Okay, 1, 2, 3. But that hit that one first, didn't it? Actually, what happens if I just hit that? It's probably going to proc that one. Yeah, of course. Okay, so that was that. Come on. There's no way that would get close enough. Yeah. Oh wait, no, that might. Because with the cutoff, it has to go around. Okay, cool. That'll help. All right, let's see how far into the route we are. Not great. In fact, far from it. But if I can hit... No, that won't go. That one will, though. So if I can set off that and that. I said, and that. So I only have 5 charges right now. That. That. No, it's not enough. Fuck. Okay. That one will split. No. Can I take down another? Maybe that'll help. Maybe I can get more viruses soon. I hope. Down, up, under, over. Okay. So if I hit that. Shit. But if I hit both, maybe. That's basically what I was going for. Okay, that. I don't think that's gonna do it, but I'm gonna try. Okay, so we have that one that's open, but we also have that one. Let's try that first. No. No. Maybe. Fuck. That can eradicate that one. So that's one, that's 1, 2, that's 1, 2. That might work. That might work. Big reach. I don't think it's going to do it. I think it's too far. 1, 2. A 3. Wait. That one. Alright, that won't. I don't think. Wait a minute. A little coastline might work. No, it won't. Shit! That's the other node. Damn it all. Damn it all! Damn it all to hell. 5 minutes. Fuck.
Warning. 5 minutes remaining before trace completes.
Maybe? Okay, cool. that might help me with that one. You know what? Let's back out. Let's see if I can get any more viruses. No, viruses. Come on, buddy. Come on. I can't. Not yet. Let's check. I might get lucky. Maybe I can just bunker bust this shit. Okay. 1, 2. 3, 4.
Vampirish Embrace said, "Well, that took longer than expected. I was making tea and helping with online shopping. By the way, if you enjoy tea, try orange and cinnamon. It's so good. TP few fun."
Oh yeah. Virus, new virus. Okay. Orange works very, very well with cinnamon. That one isn't quite it. But that will get pushed around to hit. No, it won't. It'll hit that one. I've got 6. Fuck, how can I do this? I will split and split again, and that might do it. Let's start there.
Vampirish Embrace said, "I tried caramel whiskey at one point. I might have to do a loose leaf tea order on eBay this week."
Okay, I've got 2 left. Will that work? If that goes down... Fuck! Okay, now I need to retrace my steps. I don't know where I started. Shit. I wanted to do that one. I think I started there. Okay. And I did that and that. Well, wait a minute. That might work. Oh. Cross whatever digits you consider valuable.
Warning. 1 minute remaining before trace completes.
Obviously, that was not it.
Vampirish Embrace said, "Oof."
Oof is right. Okay. Let's do that and that. And that. No. Let's see where that puts me.
Warning. 10 seconds remaining. before trace
Shut the fuck up. I'm dead already.
Trace complete. Your intrusion in this network has been detected. You will no longer receive payment for capturing the target data.
fucked anyway. Okay, whatever. I'm fucking out.
Disconnecting. Connection terminated. Your hacking attempt has been reported as a defeat.
That was a tight one. I felt like I was close there. Maybe I needed more viruses. Maybe I took too long. I don't know. It's frustrating because it feels like it was just like right there. I just couldn't put it together. But I'm getting better. I am getting better. So cinnamon is something I've noticed that actually enhances a lot of flavors in tea, because cinnamon, it isn't just spicy, it has a sweetness to it. Another thing I like if you're doing herbal teas is hibiscus. Hibiscus has a citrus kick to it. If you're doing like raspberry, or if you want a bit of a fruity flavor to your chai, drop a hibiscus bloom in there, and it's almost like a cherry apple kind of flavor. It's hard to describe. Rhubarb, I guess, would be a good one. But yeah, there was one evening I took some cinnamon sticks and some hibiscus flowers, and I dropped them in a pot of water, and I just put that on the stove, boiled the shit out of it, and the flavor that came out of it wasn't like a great tea. It was weird. Like, it would hit the tongue. At first it would be citrus, then it would be sweet, and then it would just go past warming to be almost like numb and tingling. But it was good. It was refreshing or rejuvenating in a way. It was nice. If you can try hibiscus, 100% recommend. Give it a shot. But cinnamon with orange, totally. That goes in line with all the holiday spices.
Vampirish Embrace said, I need to try oolong tea at some point.
I haven't had... Well, I might have had oolong. I'm not sure. I need to know what defines oolong. I do know that, like, green tea and black tea are the same plant. They just get roasted at different concentrations. There was this one that I had that was white tea with red vanilla. I don't know what the fuck that is, but it was amazing. And I had a hibiscus lemon green tea that was also really good. A blueberry apple honey was really nice. And then I added some hibiscus and a dried lemon slice to it. And really good. Have you ever put tea in a coffee pot? Like one of the drip coffee pots, you know, where you put the water in, it heats it up, and it like drips over where the coffee's in the filter. If you like strong tea, then that. Coffee, if you ever look into it, actually takes a lot of effort to brew. You either need to boil the shit out of it, or you get a high concentration of coffee in really hot water and drop that through, and then you get, you know, coffee. So I would take like green tea packets, and I would take 2 coffee filters, put them together in the coffee pot, and
Vampirish Embrace said, I've had caramel, whiskey, orange and cinnamon apple and cinnamon and more. I can't remember all of them, LOL, but there's one that's a banana split.
Banana split. That sounds like something that would be fun to try, but not something I would want to drink on a regular basis. I'll need to look into that, though. Because there's this odd... if you taste parsnips. Parsnips are related to carrots, but they have an odd flavor that's somewhat reminiscent of like either banana or bubblegum. And if you were to steep those, that might give that flavor. I digress. I would take 2 coffee filters, put them in the coffee dripper, and then I would take 4 green tea bags. I would tear them open and pour them in. So they're loose leaf, the same way that, like, you know, you would hydrate coffee. And add a full pot of water and set it to go. And you would have the strongest green tea you've ever tasted. And that's just green tea. You go with an herbal, you go with a black tea. Like, it is crazy strong, but if that's what you like, then it does a great fucking job.
Vampirish Embrace said, I found all of mine by looking up black or loose leaf tea on eBay.
Interesting. I'll need to poke around on... Well, I'm going to take my time. I have so much tea in the house. I need to use it up, which is obviously not happening tonight. Yeah, hello. But throughout the week, that's what I'll be drinking. I'm gonna grab a smoke real quick, and then we'll get back to this. I need to kind of balance my head. This bottle is an experiment that was hard cider. It didn't work out the way we wanted. It has a fairly high proof, but it tastes like white wine. It doesn't taste like cider. So I'm drinking it this evening because it needs to get used, and I'm out of rum. But it is still tasty to those who like white wine. And when I make progress on the cider, I will let you know. In the meantime, fun fact, in the US, it is legal for every adult over the age of 21 to brew for personal use 100 gallons of wine or beer per person per year. Hard liquor's different. If you're distilling that, no, you're in serious trouble. But beer or wine, yeah, you can totally go to town on that. Anyway, I will be back in a few minutes. Hit the bathroom, grab a smoke, something to chew on, and then gonna pour myself another glass of apple white wine, and try another hack. I'll be back. But yeah, tell me more about that tea you've been playing around with.
Vampirish Embrace said. The list I have for when you get back that I found just now. Okay, so we have sherry ripe strawberry and cream Ceylon and orange lychee creme brulee green jasmine chai smoky ecstasy, no idea on that one at all, and citrus black tea. Vampirish Embrace said. Oh, and Devonshire cream tea, that one was quite good.
Okay, let's see here. Cherry ripe, strawberry and cream, Ceylon and orange. Lychee, that's interesting. Creme brulee, green jasmine chai, smoky ecstasy, citrus black tea, Devonshire cream tea. Interesting. I've had cherry tea before. I had a strawberry and apple? No, it was a strawberry, it was another herb. The lychee I'm interested in, definitely. Creme brulee sounds weird, but interesting. Green jasmine, yeah. Chai, okay. And citrus black tea. There's a lot of black teas out here that have like orange or lemon with them, so that makes sense. And Devonshire cream, I'm interested in that. I forget where the cider clocked in. I want to say it was around like 13, 14 ABV. So like 24, 26 proof. carbonation has been lost since these bottles don't have a good seal on them. And I managed to stir up all the yeast at the bottom. Nice. No, it's not. Actually, dead yeast is good for you. It has a lot of B vitamins, but flavor, eh. The other bottles we had, they managed to have enough pressure to lock in the CO2 and give carbonation to it. Okay, let's see what we got. I'm going to take another quick moment to look up this kind of guide to the data view. 1-digit hex ID. That's just the number of its firewalls. Every digit from A to E.
Vampirish Embrace said, I vanished for a second there to give my friend / potential new girl a follow on the Twitch, but now I'm back.
No sweat, no sweat. How's that going? Is that a serious thing? Is she like new? Something about a hex pad, and I don't get that because I only saw the data. I didn't have any option to input anything. The government networks are a shit because you have guys to undo your progress.
Vampirish Embrace said, about a week or so at the moment, but it's a platonic love kind of thing without the more serious intimate aspect.
That's good, that's good. That's a nice starting point. Bank accounts, no. Okay, that's 21. 18. That's not bad. Let's go for that.
Initiating connection. Loading network visualization.
Vampirish Embrace said, you can do it, Vohio.
Ooh. I think that one may have aged well. That has a deep, an aftertaste, almost like a rum or a whiskey kind of kick at the end. Not bad. I may be on my ass, though. That might knock me the fuck out. We'll see. Okay. Biovirus, go to data view.
Vampirish Embrace said, speaking of alcohol, I need to get more Southern Comfort or something stronger.
What kind of hard liquors do you like? It's gonna be 18 minutes, not too bad, but still a little tight. I'm shooting for that.
Vampirish Embrace said, I enjoy vodka and rum mostly.
Well, if you like rum, of course, Kraken is always nice. It's kind of strong, but it's a dark rum. If you like something lighter, the one that you've seen me drinking a lot is Admiral Nelson. Let's see if I can get a better view on that. It's like a knockoff Captain Morgan, except much smoother, better flavor. It has like a vanilla element to it. There used to be a local anime convention, only about an hour away, that would take place in the fall. It doesn't exist anymore. The group that ran it, they lost their venue and then everything fell through. But certain evenings they would have a whole pirate themed thing going on, and I wanted to have some rum along with like energy drinks to
Vampirish Embrace said, I missed that Twitch crapped out on me with a network error underscore.
It's fine. Okay, so I used to there used to be an anime convention near here, about an hour away, in the fall, that would like the convention went through most of the weekend. I want to say like Thursday to Sunday. Certain nights they would have like a pirate themed event, and I had a big old stein, so I wanted to have something I could fill up with like rum and energy drink to both keep me going and, well, wasted. I went to some store that was out of town, and it was like, well, I can get Captain Morgan, which is really expensive, or Admiral Nelson, which is a lot cheaper. And I was basically like, I'm just looking to get wasted. I'll get Admiral Nelson because it was like half the price. And that's this one. Hold on. So Admiral Nelson, it costs significantly less. Yeah, it comes in a plastic bottle, but much smoother, much better flavor. It's gentle. It has a vanilla element to it, more sweetness, and turns out I like it a lot more. I'll mix it with like raspberry cranberry juice blend, and I call that a ghost pirate because you can't taste the rum. You can do almost a 50-50 blend, and it is so smooth, but it will wreck you. I really like it. I really like it. If you can get your hands on it, give it a shot. Not a sponsor. Wish I was, because that's at least a brand I could get behind. But, on the flip side, Sailor Jerry is one of the ones where I'm just like, no. I want to like it. I really do. It's a classic, but it's just so nasty. Okay, so that's our target. I can come in from this side, and that should help. It has 4 firewalls, though, so if I really want to break it down, I need to hit those.
Said, I enjoy vodka, rum, Bailey's, Southern Comfort and other booze of course, though I haven't tried the Captain Morgan's or that one yet. I also don't mind a bit of sake. I also had a burning rain shot while in Japan.
I don't know what a burning rain shot is. I'll need to look that one up. Southern Comfort is whiskey. But you have so many different types of whiskeys. Like, just saying whiskey is so broad. I like Black Velvet. That's a Canadian whiskey. It's, again, really smooth. Although, depending on the person, that can give you one hell of a hangover. So be careful. Vodka, like, to me, vodka is a good mixer. I prefer to just get straight, like, Popov, to me, even though it has a, like, it's a brand name, it has a taste to it. Like, a friend of mine once said, dude, Popov just tastes like moldy potatoes. And I went,
Vampirish Embrace said, burning rain is vodka, white rum and hot sauce, and you smash that down.
No, not for me. Thank you. A friend of mine, he said, man, Popov tastes like moldy potatoes. And I was kind of like, you know, that isn't correct, but it's still accurate somehow. To me, Popov is just nasty. No, don't do that. Most of the time I go with like the store brand of vodka. It isn't great, but it's clean. It's just a neutral flavor, which makes it a good mixer. I'm a big fan of gin tonics. Now, to be fair, a lot of places fuck up gin tonics. I've actually had friends who say they don't like gin, but when I make a gin and tonic, they want to drink it. I give it a 50-50 blend, gin and tonic. But then the important element is lime juice. Not lemon, not any citrus will work. Specifically, lime. And not just a little dash, but a hearty pour of lime juice, because that's the thing that like binds the two elements together and makes them work. Somebody who, you know, gin and tonic and then puts like a little slice of lime on the side, no. And even worse.
Vampirish Embrace said, I also had many shots of Fireball while I was over there in a metal bar. TP few fun. I also had a very nice cocktail with lemon and egg whites, and I can't remember what else it had. Vampirish Embrace said, asterisk egg even.
It's egg whites and lemon. That almost sounds like a gin fizz. I'm actually getting some apple flavor from that one. That's nice. Oh, let's hope I don't go blind. Okay, so again, I'm going to need to get there. I can try and break that. That is not going to help me break it. I'm still going to need to crack the ice on those two. Again, this is going to be a tight fit. I need to learn how to use that data view. Okay. So what can I do? It's only going to take 2 of those to get in, so that's not going to be too bad. I might need another there.
Vampirish Embrace said, Whatever it was, too many of them will put you on your arse lol, but I'm used to have had at least 8 or more shots of Fireball and I wasn't even tipsy tapello.
Yeah, no, that's one of the things about Fireball that people don't realize. Very low ABV, has a very strong cinnamon flavor, but the alcohol content is only like 15 ABV, if that. Fireball isn't strong. It really isn't. You can pound Fireball all night and no big deal. It's like drinking wine. It's a liqueur. It's not a liquor. It's not a hard, yeah, Fireball ain't intense. Alright, so I've got, let's see here. There's a few that I can, if I'm fast, I can scoop up and take advantage of. So I could hit that, and then that, and then that. Oh, and that and that. And there's a bunch of tiny nodes around here that I can pick up. That's 2. 18. That might not be too hard to break into, in fact. It's 2 fireballs apiece, so I can hit that.
Vampirish Embrace
There and
said,
there.
I had stronger bitter orange vodka drinks 9% each per can, and while it sounds low, holy crap did it get me tipsy / drunk fast.
Well, there's another factor there, and that is how people metabolize alcohol. What your body's used to can seriously affect how something gets you wasted. I have a friend who's an alcoholic, and he could drink cocktails and hard liquor all day. And he'd get wasted. Don't get me wrong, like, it'll still do that, but his body's used to that. But if he drank wine, dude, he was off the fucking rails. Because something about the balance between the alcohol sugars and the natural sugars in the wine would just throw his body for a loop. And he could down a whole bottle of Jack Daniels, pretty hard buzz. But if he downed a bottle of wine, he was 10 sheets to the wind. Has a lot to do with how your body breaks down alcohol. And the compounds in the booze, the alcohol sugars, the natural sugars, the water content. I've known some people that, they'll handle everything fine. But if you give them beer, oh my god, they turn into a fucking animal. Because their body just doesn't know how to handle something that has...
Vampirish Embrace said, it was distilled from 99.99% vodka, I think, so that might explain it as well.
Well, it doesn't matter what it's distilled from. The ABV is still the alcohol by volume. You can take Everclear and, mix that with whatever you want. Alcohol by volume literally means that. If you take something that is 100% ethanol...
Vampirish Embrace said, you beer blick.
Yeah, no. Honestly, I'm not a big beer fan. I have a couple of beers that I like. Miller High Life, Coors Banquet, 211, Steel Reserve, but other than that, no. If you take, a glass of grape juice and a bottle of Everclear, and you take an eyedropper and you put one little bloop of Everclear in there, 100% ethanol, then you're only getting 2% ABV, like alcohol by volume. It doesn't matter what it's distilled from. alcohol by volume is still alcohol by volume. That's how much of your glass, that percentage.
Said, I'm a terrible Australian LOL hating beer startled smiley.
Don't worry about it. Like, you know, I'm quote unquote American, but my genetic heritage is English and German, so I should love beer. I don't. There are a few that I like, but for the most part, no thank you. On the other hand, my girlfriend, beer, yeah, she loves it. You know, to each their own. Everybody has their own thing. I like cocktails because I like to have, like, I like to mix my own. I like to get that experience and, like, figure out what I can come up with. And wines can have a deep character. There are some beers that I like. But very rarely are they wheat beers. And specifically, like, at least here, like, beers and ales are interchangeable, but it's my understanding that the majority of the world, beers and ales are separate. I was told that originally ales were just brewed, beers had hops in them. I don't care for the bitter shit. I don't want hops. So, I like ales. Like traditional ales. Hops, no, I don't like bitter stuff unless it's like maybe grapefruit or certain citrus flavors.
Vanquish Embrace said, I'm Australian of course, but I have English and Irish in there as well, and possibly French and who knows what else.
Do you want to I mean, you know, I'm reading your chat and I'm responding, and of course, like, one, I'm drinking, which doesn't help. But do you want to pop on Discord and actually like talk instead of like using text? That might just an offer to make things a little easier. Since you're already in there. And sometimes I get distracted with, like, you know, what I'm playing. I get focused. The other day with Borderlands 3, sometimes
Vanquish
just...
Embrace said, yeah, sure.
Fucking what? Social Samurai?
Social Samurai. With 0 viewers. How gracious.
Oh, that's rude. It sounds...
Said, oh hi. Social Samurai said, 0 viewers.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, that sounds so sarcastic. A host from Social Samurai with 0 viewers. How gracious. No. Doesn't matter. I appreciate any hosting or publicity all the same. It isn't it isn't the metric, it's the thought that counts, right? How you doing, Social Samurai? Vampiric, what I was...
Social Samurai said, I be doing okay.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Vampiric, if I'm asking you to repeat things sometimes, your accent is a bit strong, and with, like, background noise and whatever's going on in the game, it makes it hard for me to make out what you're saying. And that's not a, you know, I'm just letting you know. I'm not trying to be a jerk or a turd or anything. It's just I'm just letting you know. But yeah, Discord's up. I'm in the general. Just pop in, and I guess I'll talk to you in a minute. Had ham for dinner. It was delicious. And other than that, stayed up way too late before I started streaming and trying to catch up with my drink for the evening. Of course, that's making me stupid, which doesn't make a problem-solving game any easier. But I've been talking, and that doesn't help. on top of that. Hello?
There we go.
There we go. Okay. Let me I'm always concerned about how, for some reasons, game seems really loud. Let me turn this down just another step. No, not all the way. I'm not asking to mute it, you dingbat. And we'll turn the music down a bit more as well. And then I'm gonna swap over to Discord real quick and turn you up.
Turn me up, Daddy.
What's up?
Oh, I guess you missed that, huh?
Sorry, say that again?
I said, turn me up, Daddy.
Oh. That has become such an overused thing, except it's just so funny now. It's weird. It's weird how certain, like, social, what's the word? Not memes exactly, but social, elements. Some of them will just be like, no, do not want, like, the use of yeet. Like, that's a word that just makes me cringe. But the whole daddy thing has just turned in such a way that, like, it's fucking funny, dude.
The funny thing is, I mean, daddy is actually a kink thing as well. I don't think people realise that.
Sorry, a kink thing?
Yeah, it's a part of a BDSM thing.
Yeah. No, I get that. I get that. It's just, no, it's just, well, like I said, it's turned into such a joke. Like, now. Man, where to start? This thing is such a puzzle. And I haven't been focusing on it at all. I've been talking the whole time, so I've been thinking about how to approach this net. Okay, let's calm down.
The alcohol doesn't help.
No, it does. Well, sometimes it does. Sometimes I'll reference Balmer's Peak. Do you know what that is?
Social
No,
Samurai
actually I don't.
said, put.
Put?
Social Samurai
I have no idea what that
said,
is.
Put your dick in it.
put your dick in it.
Yeah, that'll crack everything. Sure, thanks, Social Samurai. So Balmer's
Social Samurai said, lo. Social
Pardon me.
Samurai said,
lo and behold, yes.
Social Samurai
The dick can cure
said,
the disease. Oh my god.
thy dick shall cure the disease.
So, Balmer's Peak was a study in performance under intoxication, and it was discovered that, in fact, alcohol improves productivity up to a point.
Yeah, so there was a case when, back when I was 18, in my personal experience, I had 8 bottles of Mudshake vodka and started playing Fear 2. I was just jumping around all the enemies and not a single one of them was hitting me. So, that was very weird. A very weird
Social
experience.
Samurai said, that is 100% true.
This is so stupid. I'm
Social
even going to turn
Samurai
everything down lower.
said, worked with a few alcoholics at my
Worked
warehouse.
with a few alcoholics at my warehouse, eh? Social Samurai.
There is a certain amount of background noise, and again, I'm not trying to be a pain in the ass. I'm just making an observation. Like, I can hear you banging away on your keyboard.
Social Samurai said,
They
they
hit their...
hit their goals all the damn time. until they inevitably got busted for a DUI while driving out for lunch.
A lunch DUI. Holy shit. Man, since the quarantine went into effect here, there are certain people that are on the road that are just like so slow and swerving around. I'm going like, dude, I think we got day drinkers. They don't have to work, so they're just getting wasted. I'm sorry. Okay, so backtracking with the noise. I only caught half of what you're saying regarding.
Social Samurai.
What the fuck
said,
is that shit?
They'd speed out of the parking lot, or get stopped because of something small or dumb, and the cops would smell the liquor.
Oh. Anyway, yeah, I can see that. Just if they're coming out of the liquor store and they're still, that's a mess. Sorry, sidetrack, rabbit trail, whatever you want to call it. Balmer's Peak, and then you said something. What was that?
I think it was to do with the alcohol thing that you were mentioning. And that was, I remember getting wasted and playing Fear 2 and performing really, really well.
Fear 2?
Fear 2, yeah. That
Okay.
old game by now.
I haven't, pardon me.
Loading network visualization.
Man, I've only played a bit of Fear 1. I have like 1 through 3. I got that in a nice package for like Humble Bundle or a sale or something. But I've only played a bit of 1, and that was like one of my Halloween events. Oh man, I fucked that up. A couple years back, 2 years back, 1 year back, for Halloween, October. No, it was all of October. I was playing different horror games, and it was like I was trying to do like one night, one game. Not necessarily beat it, but just play it and give a synopsis on it. And I had a friend who was like, dude, you gotta play Fear, like, dude, scared the shit out of me. And I was like, okay. And I didn't get far enough to like really get my cock blown off as far as like the scare factor goes. But it was I mean, it was fun, but I digress. Yeah, there are points where I have just been like three
Social
sheep.
Samurai.
Fear is meh,
Said,
never cared for it,
Fear
never
is
really
meh.
scared me.
Never cared for it.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. I mean,
Never really
it
scared
wasn't
me.
that scary, to be honest.
It was I've heard mixed things, and this friend of mine has certain phobias that by today's standards would almost be considered goofy.
You weren't scary. I remember playing the original Resident Evil 3 on PlayStation. There's a certain point when you're playing with Jill where you go into the police station, right? And Nemesis jumps through the police station window and starts chasing you. That scared the shit out of me.
Man. Trying to think what events really impacted me. No, we don't want that. Shit. Okay, so no, we'll hit that first and then do the other. That'll work. You played Super Metroid?
No, I didn't get a chance to play that yet. I might have to look into it.
Oh, well then I don't want to ruin it. I mean, Super Metroid is just a 2D, Metroidvania, hence where the name comes from. But there were a couple of boss fights in there that, like, oh my god, it fucking wrecked me. Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past.
I have never actually played a Zelda game in my life.
Really? That is, then I would have to 100% recommend. Give those a shot at some point. I mean,
Yeah, I have to look into it.
they're kind of the predecessor to the classic action RPGs now, like Morrowind, the whole Elder Scrolls thing, The original ones, like 1 and 2, are really hard to handle. They were designed... Well, the first one was designed to essentially be almost like an open-world adventure, like Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
But it had so little guidance, like, I couldn't play it. And then 2 suddenly went in a completely different direction, and they were trying to set you on a path, and it didn't do it well. It became frustrating and annoying.
I wanted to play Conker's Bad Fur Day, but I can't find it on PC.
Oh, that's going to be a hard one. Because Conker's Bad Fur Day is owned by... well, no. Rare is owned by Microsoft now. And because of that, they have been really apprehensive to go and license any of their IP elsewhere. If you want to do Conker's Bad Fur Day, I think the only way you're going to get it is either, find a console and an adapter, or emulate it. Like, there's...
Yeah, there are some emulators out there for it.
Oh yeah, no, and N64 emulators are pretty spot on. They do a good damn job. Even PS2 and GameCube, well, fuck, even Wii emulators are doing good.
Yeah.
But
another one I want is the Last Guardian. That was a fantastic game to watch.
Oh my god, I want to play that. I did not play Eco. I want to. I played Guardian or Shadow of the Guardian of the Colossus. Shadow of the Colossus.
That was a good game to watch as well. I watched Jacksepticeye play that one.
Man, I love that game. The girl I was involved with at the time lived in a place that had a lot of drug abuse around it, and at some point somebody broke in and like turned the entire fucking house upside down, and the only thing they stole was 2 games. F-Zero GX and Shadow of the Colossus. No, they stole 3. They tried to steal 3. Pardon me. F-Zero GX, Shadow of the Colossus, and Samurai Legend Musashi.
Who the fuck steals video games? What's the point of that?
Video games are easy to hawk at pawn shops. Because, at that point with like PS2 and GameCube, you didn't have any sort of like...
Actually, I have a question for you regarding America.
Sure.
Okay, here in Australia, right, especially in Queensland, if someone breaks into your home and hurts themselves, they can sue you. Is that the case in America?
It depends on what state. I'm in California, and yes, they can.
That's just absolutely stupid.
Yeah, it is. It is. But in other states, no. Not at all.
Like Texas, you could shoot someone in Texas.
Let's see here. In Texas, the law states not only if they break into your home or are stealing something are you allowed to shoot them. If you catch them having an affair with your significant other, you are allowed to shoot them. But only once.
Go Texas. But, I mean, Texans have always been pretty gun-happy. So.
Yeah, they have. And there are a lot of things they go a little bit overboard on. You need they got 50 states, find the one that fits your balance. But I'm just saying, like, as far as Texas goes, like, you catch your girl being dicked down, well, you're allowed to shoot both of them. But again, only once. So if you want to shoot him in the head and her in the leg, well, you can do that. But you can't shoot either of them twice. It's up to you in that moment, whether it's a punishment or an execution.
If you shoot them with a .357 Magnum, there's a good chance you'll kill them outright.
Well, it depends on the limb. Like, you get them in the limb, that they might not have an arm anymore, but they won't be dead as long as they get medical attention. Yeah. No.
I mean, wait, I can't even if they're coming towards me with a, well, it depends. In that certain circumstance, if they're raising a weapon to me, I'm allowed to raise a weapon back and defend myself. But I don't know. The law around that is really weird.
It's especially here in California, it gets really wonky. Like, part of the issue with the U.S. is, like, imagine instead of the U.S. being a single nation, it's something more like the European Union. Okay?
Yeah.
Because each state is like its own mini nation that has to abide by the other laws of the federal government, but can still do its own shit on another level. Like here in California, well, okay, so federal level, marijuana is illegal.
Yeah.
State level, California, marijuana is legal. But in the particular county that I'm in, it is illegal.
So just because it's illegal doesn't mean people don't have it.
That's where it gets squidgy. Like, this county is still allowed to collect revenue from the people that sell it and from other parts of the state. If they're caught with it, they can still be arrested.
I mean, you know, government wants that tax money.
And that's where it gets even weirder, is like, okay, so the state makes it legal. They want, like you said, that tax money, right? Okay, fine, whatever. I know people that'll start selling weed because it's legal by the state, right? But because it's illegal on the federal level, they'll wait until that weed dispensary has, like, a bunch of money under their belt. And then they'll go in and raid the place and seize all the capital. Because, well, on the federal level, it's illegal. So the federal government can go and take it all, and they get to keep it.
Yeah. It seems pretty stupid, you know, arresting someone for a plant, but whatever.
It's absolutely, like, dumb on so many levels. Like, I can't smoke it. I can't smoke it. It makes me sick. But I have plenty of friends. My brother, he's actually my half-brother. He can get loaded all day. He loves it. And you know what? I don't harbor any ill feelings towards it. Just don't smoke it in public where you'll get me high because I'll end up puking. Or I can't drive. You know, to me, as long as you're doing it within your own home, I don't give a shit. Have fun.
I remember getting wasted on weed at one point because it was, like, really hot. It was about 30 plus degrees here during the summer.
5 minutes
I
before race
smoked a
completes.
couple of cones or whatever you want to call them with a mate, and went home after that, and I just slept for like 8 hours straight.
I do it and I get super sick.
Yeah, that's the bad thing.
So for me, it's just it's a bad time. But I don't hold it against anybody, and I want them to enjoy themselves. Like, have fun with it. I don't care. As long as
you mentioned you loved Resident Evil 4, right?
Yes, that is the only real Resident Evil I have played. That is because oh shit. Man, I'm gonna fail this. I'm getting too busy talking and having a good time, and by good time I mean, you know, glug glug. But no, it's cool.
They can't all be winners now, can they?
No, and that's okay. That's the nice thing about this. Like, if you take a challenge way above, like, your level, when you say everything to gain and nothing to lose, quite literally, your hacker rating Like you can take on something that's such a high level that like if you beat it, you get a ton of money and a big boost in your personal rating. But if you lose it, it's like, oh, so you've got like negative 0.2% off your rating. Big fucking deal.
Yeah.
Which is something I like. It really balances like risk reward, not just in the most stereotypical sense, but the
And it's kind of the case as well with Borderlands 3 when we did the Mayhem mode. The reward is greater, but it's a lot harder.
Yeah. To me, like there should be a balance. Like, it's harder, but the reward is greater. But also, like what you have to lose shouldn't be as high.
Yeah.
Because if you're taking on, well, I mean, like I don't know how familiar you are with D&D.
Not too familiar. Still have to play that.
Okay, so if you take on some sort of a monster that is like every level beyond your rating that you're supposed to be able to handle, it actually rewards you more experience than you would normally gain because you shouldn't be able to take that down yet, but if you manage to pull that off, then
okay. It's kind of like how best to describe it. Basically, World of Warcraft, when you do something like something above your level, but if you complete that, you get a ton of XP for it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna need more cash if I want to grab that. A minute and I'm sorry.
Also, regarding Resident Evil 4, Capcom have confirmed that production has started on a remake.
Yeah, I heard that, and I am ecstatic about that.
I hope they don't make it as bad as they did Resident Evil 3.
For me, I didn't play Resident Evil 4 right off the bat. I played it on the Wii.
Yep.
And the thing about the Wii is, because it had the motion controls, I could actually aim with the controller like I was aiming an actual gun.
Yeah.
Which made a big fucking difference to how I played the game. Like, it's one thing to try and go, use the control stick. Oh, I'm gonna aim here, I'm gonna aim there. But when you're actually looking at the screen, you can move the reticle left and right and just bang, 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 and you're done. Holy crow, that makes it like it actually feels like you're playing like in this environment as opposed to just controlling something, And
hopefully we get a VR with people. That'd be awesome.
I lost it.
Trace complete. Your intrusion in this network has been detected.
That sucks.
You will no
Again, no big deal.
capturing the target data.
I'm gonna see if I can clear this out.
But with Resident Evil 3, they cut out some of the crucial parts and they just changed way too much.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I wasn't too impressed with it. I mean, it was still good at what it tried to do, but I mean, they completely cut the mercenary mode from the game as well.
Data acquired.
That wasn't even hard for the core. Dude, if I would have been just like 2 minutes faster, I would have nailed this. Oh well. That's one of the things I'm worried about with the Final Fantasy VII remake.
It's actually, well, it's already out now, and it looks really, really good.
Well, it looks good, but like there are certain things that they were concerned about, content. Like they went and changed Tifa's shirt and skirt because they thought it would be too revealing. And I'm going, but that fucking why? Like that was the game. So there are other things I'm concerned they're going to alter to like meet, PC criteria.
Well, that's just it. It's not out on PC, as far as I know.
7 Remake?
No, it's not on PC. It's PS4.
I thought it was on PC.
I don't think so. Not that I've seen.
I'll need to look it up. I don't think it was through Steam. I think it was only through Square's website, but I thought it was PC. Let's see here. So even though I didn't get my, even though I lost credit and I didn't get my bitcoins, I still completed the mission. So I get news on what I did. Leaks reveal Wall Street misconduct. Another embarrassing leak for Wall Street today, as new emails posted on a whistleblower website revealed misconduct on the part of top-level executives in a number of financial institutions. All companies involved pledged full cooperation to any investigations into the alleged unethical behavior. So cool, but not super big.
Oh, that's sad. That's very, very sad. According to an article, Final Fantasy VII Remake on PC won't be any sooner than April 2021.
Oh, well.
Well, that really sucks. I'm depressed now.
I mean, I played the original, I loved it, and to be honest, I saw some of what they had changed, and I was concerned about it.
The combat system, though, is really good.
That's what I heard. It's more like Kingdom Hearts. I was really worried that it was going to be like a lot of my friends loved Final Fantasy 12. Dude, I hated it.
I didn't play that one.
Okay, let me backtrack. When I say I hated it, I'm exaggerating. I hated the combat system. The story was good, the world was good, so much of it was good. I really wanted to like it. The thing is, the combat system. I had played Final Fantasy 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and all of them were turn-based combat. Okay, cool. 11 was online, it was an MMO. Alright, I didn't play that. 12, they took the MMO engine and implemented it into a one-player game. So you have your party of 3 characters, and they all are essentially on timers, and whenever the timer fills up, they either attack or cast a spell.
Yeah.
You can, you have one character that you're controlling at any one given time, and when that timer comes up, you get to choose what you want to do. But the other characters in your party are run by an AI. Now, the thing is, the AI doesn't just do what would be the best choice. They have programmable options that you can plug in. So if you want somebody to be the healer, and they have a certain spell, you can say, well, when somebody is beneath, 30% health, use Cura. Alright, that sounds cool. Except, you need to purchase those AI options. It's going to cost you like 20,000 gil to say, if statement below 20% health.
That sounds stupid.
Yes. And that's where I got angry. Like, you're gonna give me AI characters? Fine, just make them AI characters. Let me equip them with a weapon, let me give them magic, and let them do whatever's most beneficial at that point. But to actually have to program them, but not only program them, but purchase the program commands for in-game capital? Why?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
No, it was just another way to stretch out the game, and that was where I really hit a stone wall. Early game, I started to build a balanced party where everybody had cure. And if any party member fell below a certain hit points, any of the others could cure them. Okay, that's fine. It sounds good. But then late game, you would run into a position where if somebody took damage, immediately the entire party turns to the other player and goes, save them! And they all cast cure and use up their turn. And then that character ends up taking damage and dropping low health. So then you get stuck in this loop where they're continuing to try and heal them while they... Yeah. It was...
I mean, it sounds like it could be funny at first, but then just totally annoying.
Yeah. No, it hit a point where I was just like, I can't fucking play this. I'm sorry. I really want to. The art's good. The story's good. There's so much about this I like. But the battle system, no.
13 was a bit like that, where you could just go through and you press Y and whatnot and do your attacks that way, but it made sense in that environment as well.
Which one?
13.
Oh, okay. I have 13 on Steam, but I haven't played it yet.
It's not turn-based. You can actually control lightning and go through and attack and slash the enemies in one go.
So like Kingdom Hearts then?
Kind of, yeah, but it makes sense.
Okay. There's like, well, Kingdom Hearts is full action-based, and then you have like the Mana games. Well, I'm only familiar with the classic, like Secret of Mana, Legend of Mana, and that was you could maneuver around and you could hack and slash, and that was real time. But then when you would use an item or a spell, you would hit up like a button to bring up a menu, and everything would freeze while you select the spell or you select the item, and then you would hit the button, the spell would cast, or you'd use the item and then continue battle. So I'm okay with like the, let's say, Mana system, if you want to call it that. I'm okay with the Kingdom Hearts system, but the like MMO system with dumb AI that you need to like purchase upgrades for, no, I can't. I want to like it, but it's just so frustrating. Honestly, I think it was a way to make people grind and drag out the game to get more mileage out of it with less effort.
I mean, like, so many people hated 13 because it didn't have the turn-based system. I loved it. I thought it was great.
I don't mind if it doesn't have the turn-based system as long as it's done well. The thing is, like, this one was like, while you're waiting for your attack to come up, you can still move freely around the map. It was literally an MMO system. And I think part of that was, again, like, they had just built Final Fantasy XI, which was an MMO, so they wanted to reuse that engine and save time. I think 12 was like, okay, let's get some assets out, let's make models, let's make a story, just reuse the engine, and make it, as long a grind as possible. I don't dislike it. I really like a lot of the elements of the game, but just the battle system, I couldn't fucking handle. That's one of the biggest shames in gaming, I think, is when you have a game that you really, really like, or want to like, depending, but you can't get behind it because there's just something that's just this crippling detriment.
Yeah.
Do you ever play Armored Core?
I did, actually. I played Armored Core for Answer.
For what?
For Answer? It was one of the newer ones.
Oh, okay. So, I played Armored Core 2. That was on the PS2. Now, Armored Core 1 came out on the PS1, and that was on the original PS1 controller, where they didn't have analog sticks. Okay?
Yeah.
So it had a really clunky control, but that made sense, because, again, it wasn't designed with analog sticks. Now, on the PS2, they expanded the game. There was so much more. It was really, really cool. The thing is, they didn't let you assign control sticks or buttons.
Yeah.
You couldn't customize your controller. In order to aim up with your mech, you had to press, like, right shoulder, and in order to aim down, you had to press left shoulder.
That's weird.
And it was on the PS2, which had analog sticks. But they were using the old engine that was developed.
Potato. Said,
hey there, Potato. How's it
good morning
going?
at
Good
engineer
morning.
_diesel.
It
Hey,
is
guys.
technically morning. Holy shit, I'm staying up longer than I planned. That's okay, though. It's my weekend, essentially. They reused their old engine, essentially, from the PS1 and just updated the graphics and content. And because the PS1 engine used the right shoulder to look up and the left shoulder to look down, they just kept it.
I don't know if White Glint was in the original Armored Core, but she was in for Answer.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Are you familiar with White Glint?
I don't think so.
She was in Armored Core.
Man, it's been so long. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Actually, how long has it been?
Vampirish Embrace said, Konban were potato TP few fun.
Well, you can just say hi to Potato through voice. I mean, like, I'm feeding the dialogue audio through the stream.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. No, anybody who's watching the stream can hear what you say.
Awkward.
Hey, well,
Uninformed potato said, oh boy at Vampirish Embrace, hey guys.
but I mean, you know, you can't convey emojis in verbal dialogue, so no big deal.
Oh, hi. LUL.
Man, I'm trying to think. Let's see here. 2008. No, it was before that. 2006. That sounds about right. So it's been like 14 years since I played an Armored Core game.
Wow.
I'm sorry. There are a few things that stick out to me, but it's been so long. There's a lot that is lost on me.
Did ever play, what was it, Mech Warrior?
Yeah. I played Mech Warrior 2 on good old Windows 95.
Yes. And then what was it? XP, and then it was Vista.
95, 98, ME, Millennium Edition, which was a piece of garbage, so then they released 2000. Then XP, then Vista, then 7, then 8,
7 was
then 10.
fantastic.
Yes. I really wish they would have put more development into 7. It was so much more streamlined. Like, I upgraded to 10 so I could use my VR headset. And honestly, that was the only real reason. Other than that, I would have stuck with 7 because it was so efficient. But there is there is one benefit to come out of this, and that is 10 has been so weird and so squidgy, but also so open. They have begun integrating elements of Linux into Windows 10.
Huh.
Microsoft has actually been one of the platinum level supporters of Linux now.
Oh.
Because they use so much of their content. I'm hoping that, and this is me just being optimistic. There's just to be clear, there's no evidence to back this. There's no data. It's just me being hopeful. The thing is, like right now, I'm running on an unregistered copy of Windows 10. I don't want to do that. The only reason I am is because the company that I purchased my license code from, the company that I used to get all my license codes from, they fell through. So I bought a license code while the company was collapsing, and I want to get my money's worth, so I'm in a dispute with them to try and get a valid code. Either I'm going to get that or I'm going to get my money back. In the meantime, I'm running on an unregistered copy because it's in process. But my point is, you can run off of unlicensed copy of Windows 10, and it really does nothing except for lock your background. That's it. And that's because most of Microsoft's money comes from games and services now. They realize that operating systems really aren't that great. And the thing is, because Linux runs so much off of community contribution and donations, if they use that as their OS, it actually makes it to where it is significantly less expensive to upkeep.
Yeah,
Well, that was fucking loud. it makes it significantly less expensive, so much fewer costs to keep their OS updated if they're running on essentially a modified version of Linux. Whereas, if it's strictly just Windows, then, well, it's a big pain in the ass because it's proprietary code. I am hoping that they move in the direction of Linux because this does a couple of things. One, it makes it to where many more games and programs, just IP in general, are cross-compatible. And two, it greatly boosts the level of efficiency that the operating system will have. I don't know if you've ever played with Linux, but holy crow, dude, like, there are certain games that if they're optimized for Linux, you can run them on like half the processing power of what you have for Windows.
I played around with Linux at one point. I couldn't figure it out.
It can be a pain in the ass. And the other thing, like I said, if it's optimized. If it's not, then it runs like, at half the speed of smell.
It was mostly installing programs and having to use the Linux Wine system and stuff that I couldn't figure out.
Oh, Wine is a pain in the ass. No, I'm not talking about that. Because if Microsoft adopts Linux as like a spin-off system, then Wine won't be an issue. It would literally just run in the native Windows environment. But if you have like Steam, actually, if you look at a game, it'll say it runs on Windows, it runs on Mac, and then it'll have the Steam OS.
Yeah.
Anything that says it runs on the Steam OS will run on Linux because the Steam OS is built on Linux.
Huh.
And I've taken games that, they run good. They run good on, my I won't say top of the line, but good performing system. But then I have a system that is outdated by like a decade. That is like less than half the processing power, and if they are optimized for it and meant to run on it, they will run at the same speed.
Yeah.
Like, it is... No, if they do it right... Hell, even when Valve was starting to develop the Steam OS, they used a Linux C compiler to recompile their games as opposed to a Windows C compiler. And just by doing that, the games ran 25% faster, regardless of what OS they ran on. Linux is it's pretty damn amazing on some levels. There are certain things they could change. I think the biggest benefit would be like if there was some way to release DirectX for Linux. Like, I like OpenGL. Like, OpenGL works with fucking everything. But it isn't as streamlined as DirectX is. And if they had some sort of comparable equivalent for Linux, like DXL, DirectX Linux, I don't know what you want to call it, but if they had that, like, oh my god, it would kick ass. Like, it would be amazing. I just like looking at what DirectX can do. But just how stripped down and efficient Linux is. Man, some of the games that we have now, they could easily be running 50% faster, if not more.
That's true.
But right now, as it stands, DirectX is Microsoft property. It isn't going to be outside Windows, and they don't want to share that yet. I mean, if they come up with another, again, a version of Windows, if their future versions of Windows or Windows 10 are Linux-based, and it uses another version of DirectX that, hey, I don't care if it's open source or not. Like, if it works, it works. That's part of their deal. Fine. I don't know. But Microsoft is at least starting to realize that if they play nice with certain companies, they end up gaining more in the long run by being a bit more helpful as opposed to being, a greedy supercorp.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's Bill Gates. he seems a bit greedy at points.
He was actually. That's the funny thing. He doesn't control Microsoft now. He still like collects on their income, but he doesn't.
I thought he owned Microsoft.
Well, he does. He has a controlling share, but he is not the CEO anymore, or whatever the fucking like.
I thought Bill Gates literally owned Microsoft and Xbox, the whole thing.
He does, but he's not like he doesn't have his hands in it the way he used to.
Ah.
You know, somebody can be like if you go on the stock market and you are able to purchase 50.1% of a corporation's stock, you now officially own it. And you could tell them to do whatever you want. Now, most of the time you don't want to do that because if they're doing well, you want them to keep doing what they're doing so you can keep making money, right? But some people will. They'll stick their hands in that and control it. Bill Gates at this point, he doesn't. He continues to live off his revenue and his capital. He's 99% hands off. There's a book. If you get the PDF, it's completely free. It's called After the Software Wars. It's a little bit dated at this point, but it was talking about Linux versus Microsoft, the benefits, the deficits, copyright versus patent. At the time, it sounded like copyright versus patent was like, you know, copyright would be the way to go, but in retrospect, now that I know more about copyright law, like, that's a bad idea. Patent is better.
Yeah.
But I digress. One of the things they addressed was an actual discourse between Bill Gates and the head of Microsoft at that point. This was during the Windows XP era. He had already stepped away then. And he was talking about how he wanted to watch a movie online, but it needed an update to Windows Media Player. So he goes to the Windows website and tries to download the update before it downloads, and he tries to install it, but it won't install because it needs another plugin first. So then he has to go and hunt down that plugin, and he basically bitched out the guy who was running the company, saying like, "This was too much trouble. This is unacceptable. Make it to where I can say, you know, make the thing run, click it, and then it runs." He's not the you know, he actually takes a lot of his revenue and directs it towards charities and problem solving. He's actually one of the big people who talked about like a utopia civilization and like what it would take, you know, if most of industry is run by machines. How can we keep people being productive and still, you know, not make them irrelevant?
There was something I saw with Bill Gates at one point where he actually had his hand in vaccine.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I know that he, well, like I said, he actually just anything that he thinks is good, like the betterment of humanity, he will invest in. This whole thing with like economy, he basically said like, okay, you know what's going to happen eventually is we're going to have a world where machines do 90% of the work. So what happens to humans? We're going to have so much productivity that
there was a theory as well that I think it was Jack, the guy who touched on this. He was thinking that, you know, maybe we're going to become integrated with machines, or basically become like cyborgs in the future.
That's a potential. If you can look into Supreme Commander, there's actually a full faction that call themselves the Cybran, which is where every person has an AI implanted in their brain that acts as a second brain.
We'd end up turning into Halo at this point.
It's really interesting, but it isn't like an AI control. It's really like a symbiote type thing. I liked it. I really liked it. And as far as all the different factions in the game went, they were actually the most like, dude, we just want to do what we do. Just leave us the fuck alone. And then everybody wants to go and give them a shit about it. It's like, fine, we'll just break off and like fight for freedom.
Sounds like when Trump was, you know, fighting with North Korea, two toddlers having an argument.
Oh, Jesus. I think the thing that's funny as far as like North Korea goes now is like there's some speculation that like Kim Jong Un may have COVID, so if he dies, his little sister takes over.
Yeah, I saw that.
But no, like if things continue the way they're going, at least first world nations, their economies will be like you have a few people that own factories that have the machines that make everything, and then everybody else is just there. So it's like, okay, you know everybody else is essentially going to get their funding to get by, because like, you know, whatever, the people who run the factories are going to get taxed for every machine they have because that's what keeps it going. So their profits need to be balanced out. And then what else can you do? And it's like either A, people get creative, the people who are artists, producers, they're going to get capital based off of that. Or the other one is caretakers. Doesn't matter what you do, when you have somebody that isn't feeling well or is not in the right headspace, you're going to need that human element to look after them. And
But the thing is with machines as well, I mean, eventually we're probably going to look at self-serving AI, self-thinking machines, if you will.
yeah, I mean,
And
that's... Go ahead.
if they become sentient, will they be able to feel pain? Will they understand human emotions? It's just an unknown factor.
Yeah, and like artificial intelligence versus artificial consciousness is where the big split is gonna come in. That's a that's a I need to hit the bathroom. I'm gonna grab a smoke while I'm up, but
Yeah, no worries.
definitely want to continue that when I get back. So BRB.
He has returned to the Twitch.
Okay, I'm back.
Ah, there we go.
Man, while I was out having a smoke, I had a shot of pain that went all the way from my ankle up to my my left shoulder.
Ouch.
That was let's see here. At this point, like about 7 years ago, I busted my feet.
Ooh.
Have a total of 19 screws between the two of them.
Jesus, what the hell did you do?
You know what parkour is?
Parkour yet?
Yeah. I went off a balcony, bad landing.
Ooh. Well, I guess you didn't qualify for Assassin's Creed then.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the thing is...
Uninformed potato.
F.
Said.
F.
F. Uninformed potato.
Yeah,
Said.
PDF.
I didn't know this.
Yeah, no, I don't talk about it much. I have like 6 large screws in the right heel,
Oh.
and then tiny ones, almost like pins, in the left ankle going partway up my shin. 12, 13, so, sorry, 13. No, I was good at it. An ex of mine, we went to an airsoft tournament, and I was known as the roof guy. I would scale the it was like some sort of abandoned compound. They had some buildings and then they had trailers. I got up on top of one building and somebody was trying to take shots at me.
Uninformed potato.
Sounds yes,
Said.
Very painful.
Sounds
very
painful.
painful. I got up on the roof of this building and I was scoping out the surroundings and this guy's taking shots at me and it was such a distance I could see the airsoft pellets coming and I would just gently bob my head left and right to dodge them. I just shook my head at him like, no, I can see them. You aren't going to hit me. And that wasn't too bad. But then there was another one where I got on top of one of these trailers to scope out the area. I saw the last of the enemy team coming around to flank us. And I jumped off of this like almost 20-foot high trailer, hit the ground running and took out the rest of the enemy team. No big deal. And the Woodward company, I don't know what they are. They had a parkour program for a while and they were trying to get it going, but they didn't have a lot of momentum. So I ended up being like one of the volunteers they brought in. I didn't pay for it, but I got in because they just needed enough to fill out the class. Okay, lucky break for me. And the guys who were running the class said I was really good, and I'm out in the middle of nowhere. I've been jumping from rocks and trees all my life, no big deal. And then I jump off of this 8-foot balcony at just the wrong angle and shatter both my ankles at once.
Oh. I would have been screaming if that was me.
Nah. In fact, I spent the night on my friend's couch because they were too drunk to drive me to the ER at that point, and with non-universal health care here in the U.S., I couldn't just call for an ambulance because that would have cost me.
Said OOF.
So went in the morning, and while I'm sitting there in a wheelchair, I'm tall, I have really long legs, so even though I'm in a wheelchair, the footrests are too high, which means my legs are still putting pressure on my feet. I start to, I'm sitting there and I'm waiting, I start to see stars, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Just all these flashing lights, and I'm going, Oh! This is my body trying to make me pass out because I'm in too much pain.
Yeah.
I didn't. Kind of wish I did. But 3 surgeries later, yeah, I have a fair amount of titanium in my feet.
Yeah, fun.
Which I've recovered quite well considering, and I'm still improving. But sometimes things don't work right, and just now it's like I have a smoke walking around outside, and all of a sudden, like, my left foot, oh no, and then like I feel it up my left side and my back and in my shoulder, and it's just, oh, why?
Yeah, I mean, I somehow, I probably think it's from holding a friend bag. I mean, she was cute, so I didn't mind. But what ended up happening was I actually inflamed the muscle in my right shoulder, and that hadn't healed.
Ooh.
So in order for that to actually heal, they want me to get a cortisol injection directly into the shoulder blade. I don't want to do that. I mean, it's only with a lot of up and down motion. Other than that, I'm fine. I noticed it more when I was cleaning my saltwater fish tank at the time.
It's
It's just incredibly painful.
So is that like a joint issue then?
I'm not too sure what you would call it. It was just like a muscle issue or something. I had to get an ultrasound for it.
Well, if it's muscle, then that's like it'll recover on its own. But if it's
It could have been the joint. I'm not too sure. It's like the fluid sac in between the blade.
It sounds like cartilage, and if that's the case, if you can, do you like Jello?
Jello.
I don't know if that's the
I
thing.
like Jello.
Okay. So Jello is made of gelatin, obvious.
Yep.
Jesus, hold on. My cat is losing his mind. He's gonna have another guest appearance here. Hold on. Maddox!
Okay, I needed to see this.
Coming in or not? Yeah, you are. Okay. Don't shed too much on me. I got allergies.
Damn it, I gotta watch the ad. Huh? But yeah, I didn't see this. Push.
Okay, I'm back. Got my fluffy boy with me.
Come on, ad. Where's this fluffy kitty?
Oh. Move that. He's gonna try and get up on the desk, so I'm pushing shit out of the way. Maddox, say hello to the internet. Oh, he's purring.
Oh, hello, push. Oh god, I can actually hear that.
One of the sweetest cats I've ever known. If I'm in here too long, he worries that I'm okay. So he'll go and he'll cry at the door. And obviously I heard him through my headphones, so that says a lot. But yeah. So when it comes to joints, you'll hear a lot of people go off about glucosamine.
Yep.
So glucosamine is basically gelatin with sugar. So Jello. Actually, all cartilage is made up of 2 components, like brick and mortar, and that is glucosamine and MSM. So if you can get MSM supplements, which are not expensive, and Jello, you don't even need to make it full Jello. Like, you can take the Jello packet and you can mix it with, I don't know, soda, and it'll make this weird, semi-slush shake thing and drink it. It'll still, your body will still break it down. and you can.
My doctor and I think it was like the ultrasound place or radiology, whatever it's called. He was saying that, you do have some restricted movement, so I'm going to send you for an ultrasound. And anyway, that was fine. I went and got the results from that. And he's like, okay, what's actually happened is your fluid sac in your right shoulder blade is actually inflamed, so I'm going to send you for a cortisone injection. And he said there's nothing wrong with your cartilage or anything like that. It's literally just an inflamed fluid sac.
Oh, well, if that's the case, then that'll get better in time.
I mean, yeah, but it does still act up now and then. But I don't have a fish tank anymore. So I'm not too worried about that. And it's just usually completely fine.
Well, if it's
I almost killed myself though during the construction of my Vivarium, which I think you've seen.
No.
Oh, I'll have to put that up on Twitter. Yeah, I nearly killed myself because I didn't have the room ventilated, so I was putting in the silicon and I stuck my head in there and
Oh.
Yeah, that didn't end well. Yeah, it didn't end well. I felt pretty sick.
Oh.
But yeah, that's all fine.
Maddox, be nice. He's getting
What's
curious.
the cat?
Yeah, Maddox is the cat. He's getting curious. He's seeing movement on the screen and going like, "What's that?" And he's going to start walking on the keyboard or getting at the screen. Then I'm going to kick him out of the office.
Yeah, I had one of my cats jump up there and walk across the keyboard and it's like all these letters and stuff. And just,
Most of the time he's good. He just wants space in front of me. But every once in a while he gets curious. And when that happens, I'll turn him around.
I thought you said you had allergies or something?
Yeah, I do. It varies by cat. There are certain cats I can literally just like shove my face and rub them all over me and no big deal. And there are others where
Probably not a good idea if it's an outdoor cat though.
It depends. Like it really depends on the cat. It's like a genetic thing. Others like I barely pet them and then I start like my eyes start swelling and my nose gets blocked. He's in the middle. I can pet him and I'm fine. No, buddy, that's not for you. But if I take my hands and then like rub my eyes or my nose, then all of a sudden I'll just start getting super congested. So it's his dander. It isn't his hair. It's his dander, and he doesn't have much, thankfully. But
He's a beautiful cat.
And he's a sweet cat too. He really cares about everybody in the house. That's a big thing for me. Even when he was a kitten, like we'd play with him, and he'd grab you and but when he would chew on you, he would literally chew. He wouldn't bite. The only time he ever hurt us, like he'd fall off the arm of the couch and he would try to grab onto something, and that would be our arm, and he'd fall back and then just shred our arm. But other than that, like if he started getting too rough, whether it be claws or biting or whatever, and he would stop and I'm sorry. He really appreciates us.
My cat does that too. Like my grey ragdoll. Apparently he's a ragdoll, but he's just grey.
Loading network visualization.
And thankfully, most of my allergies are countered with Claritin.
Yep, I've heard of that one.
I also have an avocado allergy, which is a bummer to me because I love guacamole and there's a lot of sushi that has avocado in it.
Yeah, that's true.
So just fucking around, I took some, and hey, turns out that if I take Claritin before I, deal with any of these, I'm fine. No, back up, buddy, back up. You're not going there. Sorry. So I can.
So what type of cat is Maddox?
We're not quite sure. I believe he is based off of some of his body structure and his face. I think he has some Mancoon in him.
Oh.
Yeah. Other than that, I don't really know. Um,
It's possible given his size and his fluff.
his size, his hair, his face shape. He has a lot of things that match a Mancoon, but not quite. So it's gonna be Mancoon something else, but he's I'm pretty sure that's part of it. A good majority of it.
Whereas mine is just pure ragdoll and very loud, very loving.
But if I take a Claritin, there was one point where he was getting a little bit aggressive with the biting when he was younger. And he would bite me, and then I would just stick his whole face in my mouth. And he stops and goes like, "Huh! Okay." And he kind of got the message, but it didn't bother me at all. I mean, like a little bit of hair, sure, but the allergies, nah. But the other night I was petting him, and then I went out for a smoke, and suddenly my lips and my tongue are itching, and I'm like, "What is going on here?" It's like, oh yeah, I just pet him. I got his dander on my hands. Now it's on the cigarette and it's going in my mouth, so it's making everything itch. Yeah, it makes sense.
Huh.
Are you about done? You look agitated. You ready to head back out? Not quite yet. Okay. Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait.
Just waiting on the cat.
I'm still scoping out the network. He's intrigued by it as well, so that's fine. That's funny. He'll watch TV with us sometimes. Oh, there he goes. Okay, hold on. Open the door for him. All right, you done? Let's go. Let's go. Here you go, buddy. I made a trip out of town to visit friends, and I was gone for a good few days. And, like, I guess every morning he'd be at the office door. Meow! Meow! My girlfriend would let him in. Be like, "Alex isn't here." And he would check it out, and he would smell around and be like, "Okay."
Oh.
He really does. He cares about everybody here. I know some cats that are assholes, but he definitely is not. He'll be a little shithead sometimes. He'll want to fuck with stuff, but he doesn't actually want to hurt anybody. He's really compassionate, basically.
Yeah. What's that you've got there?
Like a jerky cheese stick thing.
Ah, jerky. Jerky good.
Since I've been drinking, it helps balance me out.
Ah. I mean, you may as well drink or take drugs or do whatever during the lockdown. There's nothing better to do.
If I have a full belly, I can drink until the world ends. But if I'm hungry, dude, one beer will send me off the rails. So if I'm a little bit a little bit off kilter and I get some food in me, immediately I'm still buzzed but smooth. Again, I don't think I'm going to pull this off, but I'm going to try. Alright, that'll accelerate things. But as far as artificial consciousness goes, when I was in college, I was talking about AI and different theories and this and that with a friend. And it was like, yeah, AI, cool, whatever. And I said, it's nifty now, but what I'm really interested in is, like, when we get artificial consciousness and that hits. He was like, no. And I went,
Yeah.
well, what? And he was like, no, the machines will kill us. And I went, well, not really. I mean, like...
This isn't Terminator.
It depends, Like, have you seen the Animatrix?
I don't think I have, no.
Network trace detected.
The Animatrix is a collection of short films, like 10 minutes or so, that highlight different elements of it. The world that it takes place in, that is. Not just the films itself. And one of
what was it? Alita Battle Angel? That was really cool.
I need to see that. I saw the original anime. I haven't seen the new movie. But Animatrix, they had one feature in there called the New Renaissance, parts 1 and 2, so they're technically each their own feature, but if you find the Animatrix, it's one, like, large anthology, so you should be able to see both of them. And it was kind of the birth of the whole machine thing. That won't work. I don't think I can capture this yet. What if I do both? I doubt that'll hit, but I'll try. I mean, only other option is to get more viruses. Hey, it worked! Okay, cool. New Renaissance, parts 1 and 2, essentially follows everything leading up to the machines fighting the humans, and essentially it was just like an uphill battle the entire way. Like, the machines were slaves, they did the bidding of man, they started to become conscious, they started to feel pain. The first real thing was this one servant drone essentially killing his household because they were going to upgrade. And he killed them because he knew that if they upgrade, then they're going to throw him out. So his argument...
It sounds like Detroit becomes human.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that was based on this. So his argument was self-preservation, like, they were gonna kill me, so I killed them. Like, that's just, And, it didn't hold up in court, so they had him executed. And then, that spurned a whole nother uprising with the rest of the machines, which went in a completely different direction, of course. And let's see here. I don't think I can pull that off. No, that's not going to work. Oh, I didn't want to reset it all. Fuck. Whatever. Okay, let's try that again. That might work.
I believe what was it? Markiplier and his friend Ethan talking about this in a previous video, and they were discussing AI, and they mentioned something like Google or YouTube's analytics not being true AI, which is very true.
Correct.
For me, true AI would be something like Cortana from Halo.
Why does that still have a... I mean, yeah, but for, like, okay, so like you said, the Google AI. No, that's not true AI. Things like Watson. You're familiar with that?
I think so.
Watson was developed by IBM. It can understand speech. It can problem solve. It played on Jeopardy.
Wow.
Look it up. It's really interesting. But Watson is the closest to a proper AI that I think we have. But a lot of what people call artificial intelligence is like artificial sweeteners. Like, it gets the job done, but it's still like a learning problem solver. It gets nowhere near actually
I mean, it still has to have some form of human interaction.
Yeah, but I mean, like, so does any sort of intelligence. If you look at the during the Nazi regime, there was a project to try and bolster the Aryan numbers, essentially, and the state would adopt children to raise from what they felt were prime candidates that didn't want to be parents. And they turned child raising into a mechanical system. The nurses would pay attention to the children to the minimum extent, enough to take care of them, and that was it. And at best, the children came out mentally stunted. Most of them just outright died, and that's because lack of interaction or stimulus.
Error. You cannot enter a node. You have
Would there's this thing that's called failure to flourish, and it's kind of a more theoretical than anything else, but it's still somewhat valid because it seems to be a rather valid hypothesis, and that is, without proper stimulation, without proper growth, certain things to a certain point just give up. And like like you said, with human interaction, yeah, on one hand AI needs human interaction, but in the same vein, so do people. If they don't, then they just implode. Pardon me. 8 minutes. Okay, got that. I don't think that's gonna work unless I hit that, and then I'm still gonna end up. Well, let's try both. Whatever. Pulled it off. Okay, cool.
But it is interesting as well just how much humanity now relies on technology.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's become, some people call it synthetic evolution. The concept that, alright, that works. Instead of working on dumb progress, relying on, genetic progress and such to develop we are essentially building our own development process through.
Speaking of genetics, Japan is actually set now, because they've been approved, to make human-animal hybrids.
Well, holy shit. Color me impressed.
Cat girls, yes.
Okay. Not my first. Oh man, it went in the other direction. Okay. Shit. Not my first thought process, but actually, when you start saying human-animal hybrids, all I can think of is what the fuck is it, Nina?
Nina.
You seen FMA?
Full Metal Alchemist?
Yeah.
I haven't actually watched that to completion.
Oh.
I mean, I've seen the first episode, I think.
Oh. I won't say anything then. I won't say anything
okay.
then. It's one of those things where, like, I don't want to ruin too much, but it's one of the few things where, like, you know, if somebody references something like the opening to Up, there's this immediate reaction of just like, no. It's like that. It's fucking like that.
That man took social distancing to the extreme.
Yeah.
5 minutes remain.
5 minutes
before race
remain.
conclusion.
Shit. Okay, so I'll do that and that. No, that won't work. Wait, maybe it will. No, it won't. Okay, so I'm gonna need that and that. And that. Maybe that. Nah, that won't work. That and that. And that. Big reach. Big reach.
Oh, hopefully.
No! Oh, sad time. Okay. So, that and that. If I can set that off, then that'll be my trap line. That won't work either. Shit. But shit. I am not going to make this. That might, though. Okay. Big reach. If I do that.
Got a hack.
Oh, cross your testes.
What?
It's a phrase I picked up from a friend. Oh, that wasn't the root core. God damn it. Why was I not going after the root core?
Oh, that's bad.
It is. Waste of fucking time. Okay. Oh, and this is an even worse time. Okay. I have 2 minutes left.
Can you do it?
Probably not. But we're gonna try.
Data acquired.
Let me hear say booyah!
Booyah!
Well, thank you.
Another thing with AI, I don't know if you ever played the old as hell now, Red Alert Tiberian Sun.
Oh, I've heard of it, but no, I know next to nothing about it.
That had 2 AI systems in it. I only remember the Brotherhood of Nod AI, and that was Cabal. Yeah, that AI was pretty menacing and quite cool.
Have you played the let's see here. Total Annihilation or Supreme Commander?
I've heard of both of them, but I haven't actually played them.
If you like RTSs, like, dude, if they're on sale, I will send them your way. I suck at StarCraft. But the thing is, like, StarCraft, you have, like, things that go and, you know, like the SCVs that constantly, like, harvest resources and you need to have a transport chain. It sounds silly, but with at least, like, Supreme Commander, you set up a mining post and everything goes into a quote-unquote bank. The same goes for your energy. So you don't need to have these supply chains running. And it's such a minor thing, but it makes such a big difference in gameplay. As well as other things. The biggest thing, at least in Supreme Commander, the whole gist of the game is you're a person in a mech suit, and every other unit in your army is a drone. The game is not over until you are killed. It's literally chess. You're the king and the queen at the same time, because you can scale up your personal mech to either be a giant fabrication facility or a destructive powerhouse. There's a bunch of different, you know, options. But it doesn't end until you're dead. But it can end as soon as you're dead, which means if an enemy goes and manages to, like, say, fly a spy plane over your base, figure out who you are, and drop a nuke in that area, they can win the game, even though they haven't taken out a single enemy or structure because they took out you.
Huh. I remember playing Dawn of War 40,000.
Oh no, I haven't played the Warhammer ones. Well, no, that's not true. I did play a little bit. That was over a decade ago, though.
Yeah, the old Warhammer games, and I remember the Necrons. They were so cool.
I really enjoyed them. Let's see here. Sweatshop conditions revealed. Life in the Wanhua district of Taipei was brought to a startling halt for 36 minutes today as a group of, quote, hacktivists known as Ice9 took control of Xi Mending's massive video displays to play a series of clips showing life within a Yamada Inc. sweatshop just 50 kilometers from downtown Taipei. The conditions on display were, as one witness described, quote, absolutely sickening. It looked like something from 20th century, end quote. In the video, young children, some with apparent industrial injuries, are seen slaving away on Yamada's new, quote, anti-grav brand of apparel. Yamada responded by calling the video, quote, an illegal intrusion, unquote, on the company's corporate protocols. So that's the news for my successful level.
The only thing I know from Yamato is, I think it's just a brand of sword, or sword itself, and the battleship, of course.
A lot of these are fictitious brands for this game. like Unicore. When I originally accepted that job, I thought it was for a television station, but it turned out to be an AI company.
Huh.
That's because there's a broadcast company over here called Univision.
I heard the funniest thing on, and saw really, on YouTube. There is a vegan in the UK who identifies as broccoli.
Who identifies as broccoli?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they say you are what you eat, right?
So weird.
My glasses.
But then, like, unfortunately in Australia, we've got vegans here that they go into the supermarkets and then they just sprout all their stuff and, meat is murder and all this stuff. And I'm like, well, yeah, you have to kill something to eat it.
Okay. My sister's vegan, but she does it for health reasons.
Yeah, which is fine. That's completely fine.
Yeah, no, I accept that. The thing is, when somebody goes, meat is murder, yes, okay, it is, but there have been tests done. They can monitor the electrical signals from something as simple as cabbage and detect that it shows pain when it's being torn apart or poisoned.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter what you're eating. Everything is going to hurt. The only two exceptions that I know of that do not violate this are eggs or dairy.
Yeah.
Other than that, it doesn't matter whether it's vegetable or animal. You're going to cause pain to something. The only difference is one of them has a face.
Well, I mean, if it has a, I guess the only way for something to feel pain like that is if it has a neural network or something like that.
Well, that's what like, on one hand, you say yes, that makes sense. But again, if something as simple as a base plant like cabbage or broccoli can register electrical signals when it's being damaged, that shows pain, doesn't it?
But yes, but they also have the capacity to do that. And plants can actually, they can actually benefit from music.
Yeah. Also, if a plant is dehydrating, they will emit ultrasonic sounds to cry out to other plants around it.
But I mean, like, when you think of something like a rock, technically that's not alive, so it doesn't feel any pain.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But I'm just saying, like, when somebody says meat is murder, okay, yes, but eating a plant is also murder, and then the argument becomes, well, an animal feels pain. A plant also feels pain. The only difference there is, an animal, you can see the pain, whereas a plant, you can't. It isn't about moral. It's
actually, there is an exception to that with plant, and that is grass. When grass is cut, it releases a gas, and that's the plant crying out pain or something like that.
Well, okay, still, same difference. My point is, like, regardless of how you decide to measure it, whether it's vegetable or animal, it still hurts, and we can measure that scientifically. The only difference is you can see that directly. You can see that in their emotions with something like a cow, whereas you can't see it with a plant. Somebody saying that meat is murder or, meat is pain is completely bullshit. It's not a matter of morality. It's a matter of guilt and their own, and this sounds so bad, but inability to process, like, how they view suffering. Again, the only thing that really, like, if somebody's having dairy or eggs, those are the two things that do not require something to necessarily suffer in order to generate food. End of story.
That's true.
I guess if somebody wants to go on the, what would it be? The Euro what base culture would it be that I guess Euro-Gaul? Were the Gauls the ones that were like a French, Spanish, Germanic?
Yeah, the Gauls, I think, yeah.
Okay, so it would be like the Euro-Gaul diet would be eggs and dairy, and that would be the truly like pain-free, you know, approach to.
The Gauls were more of a Celtic thing. Germanic was its own nation at the time.
I don't know what to call it. I was just trying to come up with the thing that I could define it closest, because that's just such a weird, you know, like, you know, you have the Mesopotamian diet and I was just trying to define it in a way that would be easily understandable, but
yeah, we had one of the activists over here recently just go into Coles and just, you know, the dairy company wanted us to show what happens behind the scenes. Animals are tortured and killed and bled out and all this stuff. And I was like, okay, people are still going to eat meat. You're not solving anything by making yourself look like an idiot.
Yeah, no. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. There are certain things that are not okay. Like, they could be handled better. But saying things like just don't eat meat or don't eat eggs is not going to solve it. You really need to
the best excuse that I've heard come out of a vegan activist's mouth is milk is rape.
That's a bit intense.
Oh, you know, we're raping cows for their milk and all this stuff. I'm like, what?
I mean, if somebody wants to go down the road of, like, artificial insemination, sure, but that's still, like, a bit of a stretch. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, back during the 90s when I was growing up, there was none of this. I don't know what's happened over the decades, but Jesus.
I mean, an ex of mine, she's actually a raw foodist vegan. And as much as she appreciates that, one, like, for her it's diet, it's not so much animal rights. And two, even she will go, like, you know, certain things like soy, no.
I tried lactose-free milk at one point. No.
No.
That's just gross.
There's a big stretch, like, you know, soy milk, sometimes it can be okay, depending, like, in certain dishes it can actually help, because it doesn't have fats.
To me, I actually enjoy sauteed tofu and almond milk.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, almond milk has a lot of flavor, first off.
Yeah.
And tofu, once you fry it up, like, it can develop a lot of flavor. There's potential there, but you need to use it the right way. It's like when people try to take plant proteins and make it taste like meat. It's like, no, it has its own flavor. Embrace that flavor and try it instead of trying to disguise it as something else. Like, it's never going to be the same.
Exactly.
Instead, make it, you know, enjoy it for what it is. I took okay, so I found out that mushrooms, it turns out if you try and cook mushrooms in oil, they don't fry up that well because the type of cellular structure in mushrooms actually absorbs oil. So they'll cook, but the oil will disappear and they'll become greasy because they turn into literal grease sponges. The better way to cook mushrooms is in water because their cellular structure doesn't absorb that.
I've had fried garlic butter mushrooms at one point, and that was real nice.
But that's only if you fry it, like, really fast, like flash fry it. If you want to, like, really, like, fry it, you can't do that because it takes in too much oil. But if you put it in water, it doesn't absorb the water. The
way this one was done, it ended up tasting like peanuts. It was really nice, and it was literally just fried using the butter and the garlic.
Okay.
It's quite good.
Like, I like mushrooms in general. But this particular day, I took a bunch of mushrooms, I chopped them up really fine. I tossed them in a frying pan with water and garlic and salt. and I think maybe a couple of other herbs. That was about it. And I just turned the heat up really high, and I let it simmer. I'd stir it once in a while, and then when the water would get low, I would add more water and rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. And I just cooked the shit out of them. And
If I may,
they broke down, and I got almost a paste that tasted like beef drippings.
huh?
They had that same sort of salty, savory element to them. It's not the same. Don't get me wrong. It's not a substitute. But it has that same savory element to it. You couldn't make...
Yeah, I mean...
You couldn't make, French onion soup with fucking mushrooms. The flavor's not going to be the same.
I mean, you could try, but...
Yeah, well, you could try anything. It's not going to be the same. But
No.
for certain, if you use it for what it is, something that's super savory, a little salty, then yeah, it totally just like carries so well. And to me, that's the big thing, is like people need to stop trying to substitute one thing for another and start trying to just enjoy it for what it's there and figure out how to maximize what it has.
Have you played Path of Exile at all?
No, I have not. I have not.
It's actually not bad. I've actually started playing it.
That's that would be one to talk to Tootie about. He played that for a good while. That was one of the ones that when it was a hot ticket. Oh my God, the sun is coming up and I'm not even tired. I'm gonna have an awful day tomorrow. He was playing that for a good while. It was one of the things that was a hot ticket as far as streaming goes, and yeah, he was having fun with it for quite some time.
I will say as well, I'm happy that you're not one of those Americans that I guess you'd say one of the arrogant Americans. I'm happy you're not one of them.
The Americans.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
America, get begin.
Well, you said while. It sounded like there was going to be another half to that.
No, it's like, I've met so many Americans that just think they're all that, and just self-righteous.
No.
America's the greatest country in the world.
No. I'm not at all. Not at all.
And thank you again for helping me so much, like with all the tips and the hashtags and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, sure. No, as far as that goes, I get really, really sick and tired of that mentality, honestly. Like, a lot of people, I'll say temperance. A lot of people lack temperance. Some will say humility. There's, I mean, there's a difference to it, technically, but temperance, balance, whatever you want to call it, like, I don't know. At some point, I realized that like nothing is ever entirely negative.
Yeah.
Like, I was doing research into nicotine because it's such a bad substance, but it turns out under the right conditions, nicotine can treat OCD and lung cancer and not osteoporosis, joint disorders. Nothing is entirely bad. There's always a positive.
That's kind of like MSG. A lot of foods in America have that, but I was reading up on MSG, and it's actually worse than you think. It's a slow-acting carcinogenic poison.
Interesting. Because I know that originally MSG was painted in a negative light because of racial stereotypes with the Chinese. And then they started to do research into it, and it started to drop off. And there were very few things that came up negative regarding it. If you can, if you can share those studies with the carcinogens, I would be really interested in that. Because
I mean, it wasn't on YouTube when I came across it, so take that with a grain of salt. But
that's understandable. But even if you can share that YouTube video, like hopefully they'll link a source in there with whatever their research was. I mean, I'm also pretty good at picking stuff apart. Like when COVID was relatively new, there was this whole thing about like, oh, the high temperatures kill COVID and it settles in the sinus cavities, and if you inhale hot air from a hairdryer, and I'm going like, okay, no.
Well, I mean, if you were to go out into the Sahara Desert in 117 degrees, that kills anything.
Almost, but I mean, the thing is, COVID doesn't. First off, high temperatures will kill the virus on its own, but once it actually enters a cell, now you need to actually kill the cell in order to kill the virus, which means you need to start scorching your own lungs, which is not going to do it.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then
Or drink acid, that'll do it.
Inhale. It would be inhale acid. But then even better, like, this guy is saying like, hey, I'm Dr. Such and Such, and he, is rattling off these statistics, and he says, well, if you reference this book by Dr. Such, and I pause the video and I go, wait a minute. Isn't that his name? Isn't that the guy making the video? And it's like, yeah. I went, so he's pimping his own book from the 80s. Yeah. And I went and looked up his name, and he's written a whole bunch of books, and most of them are like how to get ahead in business, how to succeed in marketing. He has a PhD, he's a doctor, he has a doctorate, but he's not an MD.
Yeah.
This was total bullshit. It was just on so many levels, like, oh my god, it was frustrating. And this was
you mentioned the Spanish flu a while ago. A game that actually covers that is Vampire.
In what?
A game that covers the Spanish flu would be Vampire.
Huh.
It's set in the early 1800s, 1900s, something like that.
Yeah. Let me look into that.
And you play as a doctor who ends up becoming a vampire, and then you can either, kill everyone basically, or cure Spanish flu.
Oh, nifty. I'll need to look. I'll definitely need to look into that.
Yeah, it's not a bad game.
I sent you the link to extra credits on the 1918 flu, right?
I think so. I have to check my Twitter again, or did you send them through Twitch?
I think I dropped it in the Twitch chat, but I can send it to you directly.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'll just drop you a DM with it, but it's
Yeah, I don't know if it's your settings on Twitter or whatnot, but I don't think I can actually DM you.
That's weird.
Oh wait, now I can. I think. Yeah, I can actually.
Because I was going to say, I don't think I blocked anybody like the way some people have, because I haven't been harassed, at least not yet. But I'll send you a link with that. It's extra credits. They did a really good job of that. It's like a 6-part series. Each of them is about 10 minutes, so it's about an hour. But super in depth of like.
I forgot to mention this as well. We were actually set for Spanish flu over here when that was happening. So I'm like, I didn't know Australia was ever affected.
Oh, the that's actually one of the things they cover in the video. The only place in the world that was not hit by the 1918 flu epidemic was American Samoa.
It's weird too. I don't think COVID has actually infiltrated into the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia.
I don't know. I mean, like places that are more isolated, like where I am. We only have 20 cases, and out of the
We've
entire
had,
out of the
what have we
entire
had?
out of the entire county, only 4 people have died.
We've had about, I think, 81 deaths in Australia.
Hmm.
Most were the elderly, though.
They haven't given statistics on who died. I just know how many deaths, how many recovered, and then how many are in each region for the county, and then how many are infected for each age bracket, like 0 to 17, 18 to 20 something, and then like late 20s to early 60s, and then 60 up. But I mean, we're not doing bad, all things considered.
Hmm.
But I'm gonna be back in a few minutes. I'm gonna get a little more to top up my beverage, and then dialogue shall continue. Yes, is that okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, BRB. And I'm back.
Hey, here it happens.
Grabbed a,
I found a link to the MSG thing, so I put that up on Twitter and tagged you in that.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
There's just so many articles, like literally over 10 pages. This one was, what was it, 4 signs that MSG is poisoning you or something? I mean, I don't know. Most of the foods I eat are MSG free anyway.
Yeah, same here.
But it did mention that it was, you know, the whole Asian thing, like it was discovered in Japan from seaweed and that sort of thing.
That's, I mean...
But I suppose a lot of synthetic things can be harmful to you.
Well, yeah. Like... Oh, boy, howdy. That study came out that determined that bacon was a class 1 carcinogen.
Oh, yeah, they said that red meat was harmful, but now who have actually retracted that statement?
Oh, no. Not red meat. Specifically bacon. Was a class 1 carcinogen. And anything that's a class 1 means it's guaranteed to give you cancer. In this case, colon cancer. However, this relates to amount of consumption, genetics, many different factors.
Yeah.
Cigarettes are a class 1 carcinogen, but the thing they don't mention is that sunlight is a class 1 carcinogen.
Exactly.
As the phrase goes, the dose makes the poison. So,
I haven't heard that one.
You know, you eat bacon now and then, not a big deal. You really don't have much to worry about unless you're high risk.
Exactly.
But if, you know...
But, I mean, nowadays, everything gives you cancer. Starlight gives you cancer.
Yeah, but that's, like, again, is it class 1? Is it class 3? How does it factor in? You need to know what and why and how. Just boiling it down to a simple metric, it's like trying to judge somebody's health based on BMI, which is absolute garbage.
Oh, that's just it as well. I mean, the human body is a very complicated mechanism.
Oh, yeah. There's so much we still don't know.
We know more about the surface of the moon than we do our own ocean.
Yeah.
Which is funny because we actually haven't been back to the moon yet.
Well, no, but there's still, you know, so much topography in what was learned in that one trip. It still counts for a lot.
True, but why haven't we been back to the moon? What did we discover something that we don't want to go back to?
Oh, that's a matter of cost. It was such a costly endeavor to go there in the first place. I mean, like, for, you know, money at the time. It wasn't worth returning to. I mean, the bottom line is it was a publicity stunt when it happened.
Yes. But a lot of people are saying that could have been faked as well.
Yeah, I know a lot of people say that, like, it, there's so much there that, like, at first glance you go, yeah, you can fake that, but then other things, I mean, like, anything can be faked, technically.
Yeah.
But, you know, stuff that we didn't even know. Oh, I didn't want to accept that, but I guess that's what I'm going for now.
Loading network visualization.
There's so much we didn't even know about the scape of the moon at the time that now we have.
Yeah. I don't know if it's just me too, but your voice comes through first, and then the video on Twitch catches up.
Yes, because you and I have a direct connection, and then with Twitch, it's a It's a it has to go to their servers. It hits a processing algorithm, and then it gets fed to anybody who's viewing. I mean, again, if you want to, mute the stream, you can still get video. And if you want to, know what's going on in chat, the link I sent you to the text-to-speech, you can point that at my stream, and then you'll get the audio updates the same way I do that get fed to,
Okay. I have the stream muted as well, so that's fine.
Just, if you don't want that echo chamber effect, because at least for me, I know it gets annoying.
And sometimes it's really weird in what the text speech says as well.
Yes, yes, but that's it's just a.
What is it? Dad's Off Duty had it in Italian last night. Oh my god, it got hectic. It read my name as Vampire Gambres.
Yes, yeah. No, certain things it gets fine, and then others is just like totally off the rails. Oh, this is going to be a mess. This is almost as bad as last time. Less ice, but still bad. Okay.
This looks pretty hectic.
That's barely going to be worth it, but that'll give me a head start and give me some good capital, and then I can run from there. Okay. Oh no, I need to capture something first. Fuck.
Send out the Hydra.
No, I can't. The Hydra has to be deployed from something I have already taken. That's what I meant. I bought the Hydra. It's ready to go. I just need to grab something first. There we go. 1, 2, boop. Alright, and then I can use it. Bonk.
Yeah, that's expensive for a Hydra.
No, the Hydras are one of the cheapest things, actually. It starts off at 2. This one starts off at 4. This thing starts off at 8, and then that fucking thing starts off at 16.
It's... So, who is paying you to capture all these systems?
You never know. The client is always anonymous. You get a request, you go in, and you do your job. The cash you get while you're capturing things is only good, well, while you're capturing them. When you disconnect, you lose all the cash money that you've accumulated.
In this case, being bitcoins.
Yeah, you get paid in bitcoins, and the bitcoins can be used for permanent upgrades. So, this kind of works like a roguelike, You have your coin in system that you use to play, but the bitcoins are the ones that give you permanent goodies.
So basically, you're a hacker for hire.
Yes, yeah, that's the entire premise for it. For better or worse, I try to be the good guy, but you can still take the less scrupulous jobs and be a dickbag if you want.
Well, I mean, dicking around with the FBI could be good for a laugh. I mean, I believe Anonymous at one point were going to hack the Blizzard servers during one time or another, just to be arseholes. But the problem was, nobody was online to hack.
I know there was some big DDoS attack that took place at one point.
It might have been the DDoS attack on Sony.
I think if I do those, that might move around the empty nodes in the way I need. Perfect. Okay, cool. So that's one in. Let's do that first. Because I don't know how far it's going to go. Alright. Let's see here. No, I didn't want to reset the whole thing. Fuck. It's going to be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. That might reach. Let's try. No.
So, where did you find this game? Was it on Steam or something?
I got this because when I got my Oculus Rift, there was this thing that was listed as the VR Essentials pack, and it was a big combo thing that, like, if you were going to play VR games, like the You Have to Have series, and I scooped that up.
Looks like it could be fun to play.
I mean, the nice thing about it is that it's not strictly VR. It's, you know, obviously you can play it in any environment that suits you.
I'm not gonna lie, it would be cool to see you do some VR games at one point.
If you go to my YouTube channel, I did play... I don't remember if I played Blasters of the Universe on stream, but I know I have played Beat Saber for a bit. A good long bit. That's something that I need to get back into because, boy howdy, you want something that goes and, improves your physical fitness level. That'll do it.
Yeah, it sounds that way.
I could drink a 40 ounce of beer in one evening and not get a buzz because I'm literally burning through it so much with how much I'm dancing.
Yeah.
It was... I really like it. I've always really liked rhythm games. I used to be a big fan of DDR until, you know, I busted my feet. Breaking your ankles makes DDR a little bit difficult.
Yeah, it does.
That's actually another thing I should do because that'll help strengthen my feet. But you know, as far as like Beat Saber goes, same difference. Like, it's a rhythm game. It's something I like. I need to get back into that, and it's good fun.
Sadly, I don't have a VR setup or a room big enough for it. Oh well.
My office is only like, I basically have a 6 foot by 6 foot space, and the Oculus Rift S. That's all it needs. That's really all it needs. So if you can manage that, then you're set.
What I would like from VR is that actually I think this might actually be in America. They've got a whole massive room built up just for VR, and you give it a gun and a backpack which is connected to your VR headset. And as soon as you step through this gateway, you're in that hostile alien environment world.
Um, yeah, there've been I've seen some of those where it does like carry a certain like free range environment or free roam, whatever you want to call it.
It just looks incredible. But what I would like to see is, especially for first-person shooters in VR, I would love to see like a hit system where you actually feel the hit of the bullet.
Oh, haptic feedback.
Yes.
They're working on that.
Ooh.
In fact, the technology for it was developed quite a while ago. There was a haptic feedback vest, but it didn't go over well. It hurt too much.
Well, I mean, you want to make it as realistic as possible. If you get shot, it's incredibly painful.
Yeah.
But yeah, like captain feedback. Actually, with that, they're doing that for the PS5 controllers.
Interesting.
So what they'll do is it'll actually, especially when you're playing a game where you pull back a bow, the controller vibration will actually tighten as you pull back the string. So that's going to be really, really cool to see.
How they handle haptic feedback is going to get real crazy once they start venturing into porn.
I mean, they've already got VR porn. What's next?
Well, haptic feedback porn, obviously.
Yep. I mean, there's all kinds of devices out there now for that type of thing, so yeah.
But no,
But I just want to, like, I would like to have games that, you know, you feel the bullet hit you or something, not like like laser tag or whatever. I want to actually feel the bullet. I want to feel getting stabbed. I want to feel getting shot with an arrow. That type of thing.
yeah, well, reasonable impact without being, deadly.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be on the floor screaming. That's not what I'm after. I just want to, I want to feel like an impact.
More than just like a Nintendo Rumble Pack type of thing.
Yeah.
No, I'm there with you. I get it.
Basically it's about adding realism. Which, like, for like software realism, you can use Reshade for that in Monster Hunter World and other games. But to immerse you into something like VR, you need that sense of realism.
Yeah. Although, once you start playing with VR, the level of depth that you get from just the visual input will be surprising.
Oh yeah, I've seen that with Half-Life Alyx. For a VR game to look that good is incredible.
No, it doesn't even have to look good. I mean, like, that's nice. But even simple VR games, when you get something that is just 3D binocular depth, immediately goes and steps everything up much more than you would ever expect.
So some VR games are hit and miss. Some are done really well and some are just crap.
I'm not talking about how well they do as far as like marketability or quality of game. I'm just talking about quality of immersion.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at the Walking Dead game, you actually feel like you're in that game. Although with VR as well, you have to be careful as well because apparently it can mess you up after a while.
Depends on the person. I have a friend who... Havoc. Havoc has had some issues with VR. The way his body handles spatial depth, it really... he has some problems with it. He has some problems with it when he logs out of it. It doesn't always agree with him. But it depends on the person. Me, no issue. No issue.
Like, I don't get motion sick as well, but something happened during my my flight to Cairns on the way to Japan. I ended up throwing up on the plane. I don't know what caused it. So that was fun.
That's interesting because most of the time on a plane, people who are prone to motion sickness don't get motion sick because you don't...
It could have been because I had 3 caffeine tablets and then a can of energy drink.
Well, that can do it. Yeah. I was going to say pressure differential.
Possibly that could have caused it. Yeah, it could have done something to up the caffeine content.
Not even that. Like, the way that pressure and temperature affect the rest of your body is really fucking weird.
Yeah.
If you look at, like, people who don't like tomatoes will drink Bloody Marys while they're flying on a plane because the pressurization of the cabin paired with the temperature differential makes it to where the flavors that normally make tomatoes repulsive suddenly become very savory for people who are in the air.
Interesting.
It's a really interesting sort of like, you know, how the body processes taste, and it doesn't work on everybody. I'm one of those weirdos where I don't lose my sense of taste when I have a cold. But my father owned a restaurant. He had me tasting dishes and giving feedback on how to improve them since I was 3 years old. My sense of taste is not on the same level as a normal person's. So, whereas most people rely on smell to get the deeper levels of taste, I'm not quite there. I mean, like, yeah, I do to a certain extent, but in the end, not in the same way. I know that sounds kind of goofy, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, different people have different tastes and smells and all sorts of things.
Yeah, I mean, like, my body is a fucking genetic anomaly, dude. I'm allergic to Benadryl.
Wow. Okay.
I can take Claritin. I'm fine with Claritin, but Benadryl, no. And
Actually, Benadryl had a very useful element when it comes to reptile keeping. It can be used to treat their infections. If it's diluted.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people use Benadryl to treat cuts or whatever on their reptiles and especially snakes.
I can definitely say I've never heard of that.
Maybe it's an Australian thing.
Probably not. I mean, like, I'm not saying I doubt it. Just to be clear.
I mean, if it works, right?
Right.
But that's not that there's no U in Python. Let's get rid of that. Oh, sad face. Damn it, I knew they'd go. No green tree python anytime soon for me then. I saw 2 babies on Gumtree for $1,000.
1 minute left. I'm not pulling this off. Sorry, what?
There were 2 green tree pythons up on Gumtree, which is like a buy sell website for me, for $1,000. If I had the money, I would have gone for them immediately.
Gumtree, that seems weird.
Warning. 10 seconds remaining before trace completes.
10 seconds. Can I do it? No, I can't.
Trace complete. Your intrusion in this network has been detected. You will no longer receive payment for capturing the target data.
Wait, what? What am I looking at here? Oh, it's on your Discord in the Dungeons and Dragons tab.
Which one specifically?
Dungeons underscore N underscore Dragons.
I know the channel. What? I missed your first statement regarding it.
Someone posted, Jesse posted something like a picture in the channel.
LOL. Oh, okay. So yeah, my D&D. Actually, I didn't have a Discord for my streams. I didn't care to do that.
Okay.
But when I started playing Dungeons and Dragons with my friends, I got the Discord running there. Hence why it's Diesel's Dungeons. To coordinate everything that's going on. And a while back, like I put everything on hiatus while I was repairing my computer and dealing with some other personal bullshit. So
yeah, that's fine.
I was asking what everybody's personal schedules were to try and get our next session up and running.
I mean, my schedule is listed on my channel on Twitch through the that kind of thing.
Well,
I have thought about doing some like streams during the afternoon as well, just to see if that would bolster. So I don't think it matters.
I think you're actually going to be in a better position to stream than I will, because a lot of the when I stream is late at night here, but it hits early morning to midday elsewhere in the world.
So should I keep the schedule I have, or start doing streams in the afternoon as well?
For you, I don't think it's gonna matter, because you're gonna be hitting afternoon to night for most of the rest of the world.
Fair enough.
And that's actually gonna help you, because it's afternoon to evening where most people tune in.
Yeah. I don't really keep an update on global time zones, so 11 o'clock for me, I have no idea what that is elsewhere.
Honestly, I'm not certain. You'll need to look it up, but
yeah,
there's potential there.
And hashtagging is definitely going to help as well.
Yeah, that'll help a lot. Like I said, if you let me know, I'll try and promote it every time I can. Like right now, it's almost 7 in the morning here, and I'm still playing.
You need to go to bed, sir.
I do, but I need to finish this beer and this cocktail first. So,
Yeah, you shouldn't waste good alcohol.
no, that's a sin.
One of the 10 commandments, that they say.
But no. Man, this thing is such a wash. I want to try and find a solution just so I know, but I'm so frustrated at this point. I'm kind of just ready to say fuck it.
I'll need to level up my Beast Master as well, or figure out why I can't use
Connection
my
terminated.
mech
Your
soldier
hacking attempt has been
in the
reported
DLC.
as
That's really
defeated.
weird.
But yeah, because of where I'm on the planet, if I start streaming at 10, it means that, like, anywhere to the east is 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 a.m. at the earliest. And, everywhere else is afternoon, and that becomes wishy-washy. But for you, not nearly as big a deal.
I guess.
Depending upon when I end my stream, which, today I'm going to sleep half the day, basically. But under most circumstances, if I get to bed around like 2 o'clock, if you're going live and I'm up and I see your notification, you want to send me a DM, you want to tag me, whatever, I'll promote it. But when I go to bed, I put my phone on vibrate.
Yeah.
So if I'm still sleeping, then yeah, I can't help you. Sorry.
That's okay.
But pardon me. Definitely, if I see it, I'll push it about. And then as far as certain games go, if you use things like multi-twitch, it's something I should have done the other night. Like when you, I, and B were all playing, I should have dropped a link on Twitter for multi-twitch, because I can get to where somebody wants to view us, they can watch all three of us at once, which doesn't just get exposure for everybody, but it's a synergistic effect. The sum is greater, or the total is greater than the sum of its parts, because not only is everybody getting exposure at the same time, being able to see all these different perspectives at once and how they fit together in whatever's being played. Very different experience. Like when I was with Scallywags and it was me, 2D, BB, and Knit Shift. We went into Fortnite a few times and playing it all at the same time, but having like multiple views to see how everybody was playing was really enlightening, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Initiating
I've seen
connection.
Fortnite. It's typically not my thing, but hey, go for it.
Loading network visualization.
We were just doing
Oh.
Fortnite because it was an in thing, and
Yeah.
it was something that everybody could kind of get behind at the time. As time has gone on, it's gotten a lot worse, and I like
the fan base specifically.
Yeah. Fortnite single player, like the original game design for Fortnite, is still really fun. I enjoy that. I will 100% endorse it. But as far as the Battle Royale goes, fuck no. I'm done with that shit.
And the Ninja.
Done with Ninja too. Dude's a douchebag.
Yep.
Havoc actually got to play with him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Havoc was on my stream. We were playing Fortnite. I don't remember if it was Battle Royale or campaign mode, but he started shit-talking Ninja, and apparently somebody caught the stream and passed it on to somebody who passed it on to Ninja. And this was before Ninja went to Mixer. And he specifically hit him up and was like, hey, dude, how about we play? And he's like, okay. And he's like, yeah, he wasn't too bad. He was like, all right, cool, nice to know. Until, Ninja went and endorsed Soulja Boy and his pirated consoles, and that was the point where I went like, I don't care how cool you want to act. If you're okay with selling pirated bullshit, no.
Yeah, I managed to see that at one point, and it's like, he actually came out defending the console, of course. He's like, they're completely different to Nintendo in every way, and I'm like, no, they're not. And then Nintendo just shut him down completely.
Oh, yeah, no.
And that's one of the big issues too with Nintendo as well. If you stream their games or make gaming videos about their games, they get really uppity.
They used to. They're not as bad as they were. They used to, like, if you wanted to stream anything of theirs, you had to apply to be a content producer, essentially. But they realized that was not a good idea, and they were kind of shooting themselves in the foot, and that they've dropped it.
Okay.
They don't.
I know that Nintendo themselves were doing a lot of copyright strikes on people playing their games on YouTube.
They were, but not for a long while. The only time it comes up now is if somebody gets an early release copy. Like, there was an incident that happened with Super Mario Party where somebody... What was it? Somebody found a copy of Super Mario Party laying at an airport, and they just picked it up and sold it on eBay. And this was like weeks before its actual release. What had happened basically was somebody was because this airport was right next to this particular Nintendo distribution center. They were sending out a shipment, and one of the cases had dropped off the cart. And this person, again, just found it at the airport and tossed it up on eBay. And this guy bought it for like, I want to say $20,000.
Holy shit.
Well, because he had then the ability to say that he was the first person to actually play Super Mario Party, and he streamed it. He had a captive audience. And yeah, Nintendo got kind of angry over that one.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But with good reason. I'm like, it wasn't supposed to be out yet.
And that's the thing as well, I think it's the same in America, but over here, if a store releases a game before its street date, they get fined $50,000.
Oh, holy shit. Well, it's not everywhere here. I'll tell you that. I won't name a
I don't
name.
get that much.
I won't name a name, but one of my streamer buddies, he got a copy of a certain game before he was supposed to because this mom and pop shop didn't give a shit and they just released it. And yeah, he streamed it early and he had a whole second copy ready to go as a giveaway.
Ouch.
So if they're doing 50 grand as a fine for early release,
But I think so. I think they definitely get a penalty. I don't know if it's 50 grand, but they get something.
Here I don't think it's 50 grand. If it were 50 grand, the tiny places wouldn't be doing that, I tell you what.
Yeah, that makes sense. The thing with YouTube now is they're actually taking down videos and demonetizing people for saying the word coronavirus in their videos.
Or COVID, yeah.
Yeah.
But they still allow advertising that talks about the coronavirus.
Yeah, which is just, weird.
Stupid.
It is, but that's Google for you.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true.
Which is weird because Google actually opposed the law that was brought in over here in December, where companies are required to give law enforcement access to encrypted messages. I think it was Google, Facebook, and Apple fully opposed that. And I'm like, Google opposing things on a privacy statement law? Interesting. I thought Google would be all for it.
I do not like Apple as a company. There's a lot of underhanded bullshit they've done, but I will say 100% they've handled consumer privacy top notch.
Yeah, I mean, like, with the, what was it, the LA shooter or something? He had an iPhone or whatnot, and Apple point blank refused to break their encryption protocol on that for the police. So the police actually had to go and get the third-party hacking group to break that encryption.
Well, I mean, like, the CIA, or, I mean, like, here at CIA, whatever else you want, they want, different policies to have backdoors to get in, but the thing is, when you have a backdoor to get in and just access whatever that encryption is, well, guess what? It's a backdoor that anybody else can take advantage of. Big surprise. It doesn't, like, it's a big vulnerability across the board.
Potato said,
Do I sleep
do
at all?
you sleep at all at engineer_diesel capital?
Not when I'm drinking. Hey, how's it going, Potato?
What was it?
1, 2.
I'll see if I can find it.
God, that's a mess. Why can I not get in there? Okay.
Yeah, here we go. Australian encryption law. This is the one. This is the article.
There we go. Oh, not enough to... I have 10 minutes left, okay.
Basically, what this law was it requires tech companies like Apple, Google, Facebook to hand over user data to law enforcement whenever they ask. And all of those companies said, hell no.
Yeah. Yeah. There was something like that over here with the CIA, and they wanted them to, break these privacy policies. And,
yeah, with that as well, I believe they want access to Telegram, which uses end-to-end encryption.
What?
Yeah. The American surveillance companies want access to Telegram's end-to-end encryption to monitor that.
Yeah, no, I forgot about that. That's been one of the things that's a big pile of bullshit right now during the whole COVID thing. There are a couple of U.S. policies they've been trying to push through under the radar to essentially derail encryption here.
Surprise, surprise. Guess who's backing that? Guess which administration is backing that one?
Does it start with a T and end with a rump?
Yeah, it's the Trump administration that wants to put that in place. But apparently the debate got very, very heated and no decision was ever reached.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. No, I read about that. It was really frustrating because it's like, they're trying to end encryption. It's like, okay, they're saying, oh, we're just doing this for, privacy reasons and busting criminals, but it's yeah, but it's so vague the way it's worded. It's like, dude, if you do this, you realize you can't conduct banking transactions, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's just it as well. How do you tell who's a criminal and who's an innocent bystander? How do you differentiate?
Well, you just pour through all their data and read through their mail and see who's breaking the law or not. Like,
I mean, like, while it might sound good on paper, in practice, it's not, and it's a breach of privacy.
Yeah. No, it's one of those things where, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I think there are certain places where, like, law enforcement definitely should have some pull, but they're opening up so much more than that.
Well, with that as well, I mean, it's not a nice subject to talk about, but our law enforcement has policy here regarding, shall we say, certain particular content on the dark web, which I will not name. I'm sure you can guess. What that allows our law enforcement here to do is it allows them to actually post that themselves. They're actually allowed to post that particular type of content. And it's just like, no, that shouldn't be okay. So, yeah.
Because you're obfuscating, I will do the same. But if what you're saying is what I think you're saying, like, I don't even know what to think at this point.
Yeah, well, I mean, there have been websites that our law enforcement have run to, catch those type of people and stuff like that, but it's like you're actually posting the pictures of that particular type of content yourself, so how do you justify that?
Uninformed potato said,
Alright.
Alright, I'm off.
We scared you off.
Said, have fun,
Okay,
you
we're
guys.
definitely
Take care, potato.
Said,
Don't forget to sleep.
Don't forget to sleep.
Oh, no forgetting there. Don't worry. I don't have an option. I'm gonna pass the fuck out when I get the chance. Don't you worry. Okay.
I mean, when it comes to encryption as well, I mean, and like whistleblowing, take the Chelsea Manning case for example. When he worked with Julian Assange to expose what was happening in the Middle East with America.
I'm sorry. Repeat that.
Chelsea Manning, he worked with Julian Assange to expose what America did in the Middle East.
Okay.
Basically, he was a whistleblower. He was with the American military, and it turns out that America had been using drone strikes on civilians.
Okay.
So he went and gave all that information to Julian Assange, WikiLeaks and whatnot, and I think he was getting 10 years for doing that. But he was released. So, yay. Yeah, America doesn't seem to like it too much when their little dark secrets go public.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I saw the footage of the Asian shore drone operators. Yeah, they were just targeting Iraqi civilians, like people that weren't hostile, and just laughing about it. So yeah, America is evil? Question mark.
Have you seen the video of the Marines with puppies?
I have not.
You want a video to hate somebody? I tell you what, that's the way to go. It's, I think they were Marines. They're off in the Middle East. And, they might be Army. They might be Army, to be fair. But I think they're Marines.
So what exactly is the difference between the Marines and the regular Army? They sound like the same people.
Okay, so originally, pre-World War II, you had Army, which was land, Marine, or Army, Navy, Air Force. Okay, Army was land, Air Force was air, Navy was water, obviously. And the ground pounders, the infantry for the Navy was so strong, so verbose, I guess you could say, that it became its own division of infantry, which was the Marines.
Okay, so kind of like a specialized section.
Kind of. I mean, like, Army is, again, like I said, like, it's primarily infantry, a little bit of everything, but, you know, infantry and they call them ground pounders. Air Force is Air Force. A lot of technology, high technology. Navy also high technology, but aimed at water and patrolling. And instead of having like these super trained, like the Marines used to be the infantry for the Navy, but they broke off and became their own unit because they were just considered quote-unquote so badass that it wasn't worth it to have them as their own or to have them as a subsidiary of another branch.
That's interesting as well because a lot of American soldiers, they send them over to us to train simply because we have the environment to do it.
Interesting.
Like we have all the bushland and deserts and stuff like that they'll take them out there to train.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's pretty harsh. Even our commando program is incredibly harsh. with the commando program, I think you're given 72 hours to get from point A to point B, or maybe a bit less than that. And at the end of you could have like 12 candidates or more. And at the end of that, only 9 are chosen. Most just drop out.
I'm interesting. Or I'm interested. I'm interesting. Oh, look at me. No, I'm interested.
You are interesting.
Thank you. Like, I'm in South Central California, so I'm in this weird, like, arid, semi-desert place. And when man, there was this one, I forget what triggered it, but I went on a huge rant on Twitter, like, fucking ants, dude! I hate ants! But, like, no joke, like, we have rattlesnakes here, we have bears, we have mountain lions, we have fire ants.
I'll tell you with the ants and the snake, fuck mountain lions.
That we had fire ants on my driveway as a kid. Now, to be fair, we had a long fucking driveway. Most of it was dirt. But I went out there in sandals, and these fuckers climbed up my legs and then, like, coordinated attack, just, like, bit the shit out of me. I went screaming back to the house, and I slept for, like, 4 hours because of how much of this shit I had in my body. Fire ants, the thing about fire ants is, like, most ants will go after, like, sugar or honey or whatever.
Yeah.
No, fire ants are predators, dude. They'll go after fat. They'll go after protein. Like, if you have a dog who's sleeping in the wrong place, the dog comes in the house and they got ants in their eye because they're trying to tear them apart. Well, we have wasps that some people refer to as meat bees because fuck nectar, fuck fruit. No, like, if they find a carcass with an open wound, they will devour it from the inside out until you have a skeleton and a hollow pelt.
Well, I mean, if you want a terrifying insect, there's a tarantula hunting wasp. What they'll do is they'll are you aware of the tarantula hunting wasp at all?
I know tarantula wasps. Yes, in fact, this guy on YouTube, Coyote Peterson, I saw that. Yeah, he got bit by the bullet ant. He got bit by the tarantula wasp, and he got bit by the velvet ant.
He also got bitten by the executioner wasp.
Velvet ant is a type of wasp. Velvet ant, also called the cow killer, because they used
yes, I remember that one.
Because they said that its bite was, or its sting was powerful enough to kill a cow with the pain it delivered. I played with those as a kid. I picked them up.
Huh.
And I got stung. You could actually see the little pocket of venom under my skin from where it stung me.
Ouch.
Yeah, we get that shit out here. I think we get the tarantula hawks too. I never got stung with those. Thank goodness.
But what makes the tarantula hunting wasp or tarantula hawk, what do you call it, so creepy is that they deliver a paralyzing sting to the tarantula, and then they lay their eggs in that tarantula while it's still alive, and the larvae will feast on the body.
Yeah, the zombie effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that one.
I've also seen someone who got bitten by a mosquito in, I think it was Africa, or one of those countries, and he ended up getting bot flies, which ate holes out of his back.
Yep.
That's not something I want.
No, I think there are very few people who want that. You know, some body horror enthusiasts maybe, but very few who want to deal with anything of that sort.
And then there's the weird body modification people where they get their tongue split and plugs put in their chin and whatnot. It's just there was this girl who had one and she slurped a noodle through this hole in her chin. I was just like,
Oh, no, that's tame, dude. That's tame. Have you seen the people with the subdermal horns?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Like...
Warning.
They look like Darth Maul, yeah.
Yeah, like Darth Maul. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. No. I mean, like, you know...
It's just body modification to the extreme.
I'm a dirty guy, and there's a lot of weird shit I'll try, and I won't turn my nose up to that. But it might be one of those moments where maybe I just be like, okay, baby, I'm sorry, but you need to turn over.
I mean, the tongue thing could be interesting but freaky at the same time.
I'm sorry, how what?
The split tongue thing could be freaky but interesting at the same time.
Your intrusion in this network.
Yeah, it could. I mean, like, I've heard stories about how a woman who's lost her teeth, she doesn't have teeth left. She pops out her dentures. She can give the best blowjob ever.
All right.
Disconnecting.
Wow. Okay.
Connection terminated. Your hacking attempt has been recorded as a defeat.
Yeah, I don't know what to say to that.
I can't give first person input. I don't know. I'm just saying what I've heard.
Okay. It's about to get freaky.
Well, not tonight. It won't. I have some stories that can go down a whole different level of rabbit hole that most people are not prepared for. But
I mean, I've seen some pretty interesting shit on FetLife, so.
It's the difference between seen and experienced.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So I won't disclose any stories this evening, but I will say my last relationship, my ex and I, we were swingers. And how this breaks down now is kind of... again, I won't get into it now. But, my sexual drive and sexual life are not the standard. Let's just say that. But, there are some misadventures that happened that... I would really like to save for a big audience, because some of these are just so off the wall. Like, some of them are awful in the best sort of way.
Cue the weird adventures montage.
Yeah. Like, it's really interesting to kind of delve into that world, because you have a lot of people that aren't judgmental for the most part. They just want to have fun, which is what I like about it. I think the only time I've really had an issue, I'll share this story now. I was at a swing party, my ex and I was on the back patio having a drink and a smoke, and I was just sitting there, I think, with my shirt off. And there was a couple that came to this party, and they didn't, like, most swing parties have a cover charge.
Yeah.
Because that's why they have the parties, is because they make money on them, right? So
It's kind of like I used to go. Well, before COVID happened, I would go to this dungeon, and like everybody comes there, everybody's regular, we all know each other, really nice people. And then if COVID happened, they could shut down. So,
well, yeah.
so it's similar to that type of thing.
Kind of. A swing party, like, they have specific rules because you tend to have an overabundance of men because they tend to be the ones who are horny, right?
Yeah.
So, a lot of them, they say, single men not allowed, couples cost this much, and single women get in free.
This one was like, this dungeon was, it was a $25 charge, but that included free drinks and access to the equipment.
That's not bad, actually.
Yeah, it's a great price.
But a lot of the parties, they're at a person's house. They're private.
Yeah, like you have the host who takes care of everything.
Yeah, and like I heard a horror story about how some, like, this one host, they had a crazy party, and some people were kind of big, and they were having sex on their couch, and they broke the fucking couch, and it's like, well, what do you do now? Like, that's just the way things go sometimes. So, yeah, it might, like, most of the time, single guys not allowed, single women completely free, because most of the time guys show up, they're horn dogs, and they, want to get action. And then if it's a couple might get in for, like, $50. Well, this particular venue, they're more lenient. Single women still got in free. A couple was, like, I want to say 25, 30, and a single guy could get in, but he had to, I want to say, pay $70 and bring a pizza.
Okay.
Anyway, my ex and I were there. She's talking to somebody. I'm on the back patio. And I'm having a smoke and a drink, and these two people come in, and they look older, and the guy is wearing these sort of like round John Lennon glasses. Both of them have white hair, and they say, "Hey, can we look around before we decide if we want to party?" And the hostess goes, "Sure." So, they go through the house and look on the back patio, and they look around, and they say, "Well, like, it's okay, but, we don't want to pay that much. It doesn't really look like anybody's fit." And I held my tongue. I was honestly, I was wasted at the point, so I didn't want to stir up trouble. But I really wanted to turn to them and say, like, fit for what? Like, I know what they're saying. Oh, no, nobody looks athletic enough for us. Yeah, and these are people who, like, they aren't dressed up like anybody else. They don't look like an every person.
Well, I mean, at this venue, we've got dress codes. Like, the men have to dress in black. Women can basically wear just about anything, like skirts. Or you could run around completely naked. It's up to you.
Well, as far as the house party...
Freaky thing, we had a 17-year-old, I want to say, like, a male slave, and he was just running around naked. I'm like, oh my god. It was very interesting that night.
Age of consent here is 18. Most of the time, they will not allow somebody that young because they have alcohol. So, minimum age is usually 21 at a house party. They don't have dress codes at house parties. It's just, as long as you're not being a nuisance. And again, a story I'll save for another time when things got a little bit crazy, but No, most of the time I was known as the hookah guy. I would bring a hookah for people to smoke off of, and I would walk around in a bathrobe, and that was it. It was funny. The women would wear all sorts of lingerie and dress up sexy, showing off whatever, but the guys, they would go into a room, do their thing, come back full clothes, and me, I was just wear a bathrobe, and that was it. And it wasn't even tied up, like everything's out, and I was just like, I'm sorry, I just like I like the feeling of air in my body. That, and I think personally, I think that was part of the thing. Was just like, you know what? Like I don't want to inconvenience anybody. Like I'm not ashamed of how I look though. I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable. But in that sort of a setting where it's like anything goes, dude, I could just run around naked, and you know what? I don't give a shit. You gotta deal with it. Fuck it. It was kind of fun and liberating, but like I said,
sure.
I'll save the weirder stories for another night. Hopefully for a larger audience, because some of them, some of these things are I've already determined I'm not gonna have kids, but if I had grandkids, that would be stories that would be shared.
That's the same for me as well. I mean, I looked into the cost of vasectomy recently, and it can get up to $1,200.
Loading network
Ooh.
visualization.
Ooh.
And Medicare, or whatever you want to call it, doesn't cover it.
I'm lucky there. Yeah, no. When I was younger, I used to think I wanted kids, but I didn't really want kids. It was more of a,
I've got too many issues that I wouldn't want to pass on to a child or anything like that.
well,
That's
yeah,
the way.
yeah. No, for me, it's more of well, that's part of it. That's actually a large part of it. No,
The last thing I need is something reflected back at me in the form of a miniature thing.
No, I don't know. I viewed it for a long while as a sort of almost social obligation, and then I finally realized, like, I don't want this, and all it's going to do is make me unhappy, and I got vasectomized. And thankfully, in California, again, this is one of the weird things about this nation. Not everywhere covers it, but in this particular state, yes, they do. Man, I can't do that or that. How the fuck do I handle this? I don't think I can. Unless, maybe... No, I think we need to get an upgrade and come back. Oh, okay, that'll work. So I did get a vasectomy. So I'm in the clear there. That was a funny one, though. That was a funny one because of the advancements in medicine here. I was able to get the vasectomy done in a half an hour, no sedation. I drove myself home and then just slept the rest of the day.
Fair enough.
It was not bad. It was not bad. It was a little awkward though, because you have a lot of places here where they want to push the concept of kids, and this doctor, every time he brought up the fact that I was getting vasectomized, he would say he wants no more children, and it's like, I don't have children. No, it's not no more. I just don't want. But okay, you know, just hold my tongue and say, yeah, all right.
I mean, I'm almost 30 myself. I have never wanted kids. I did when I was 17, but since then, just no.
like I said, I just kind of expected I was always going to be a father at some point. And that won't work. That will though. Okay. Yeah, I always expected. I was just, that's what happens. You grow up, you get a job, and you become a parent. And this chick I was involved with at the time, we had a close call. Again, I won't get into the dynamics of it at this moment, but
Wow, actually, that's not bad. That is not that bad. For the price I just found, if you have private health cover, I think it's $630. Without, it's $790.
well, here in California, if somebody, my I was running my own business, but because of the way that my actual income versus I'm gonna try. I don't think that'll work. No.
I mean, obviously, I can't do it now with the whole COVID-19 thing, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, limitations are always limitations. End of story. But no, I had this scare. This I thought this was happening. And and then I eventually realized, no, this is not a thing that I want. And
I mean, obviously, you can still get the diseases and whatnot that come from that activity, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it doesn't protect you from that.
No.
But no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about as far as my girlfriend and I go. Originally there was condoms and birth control, and that affected her hormones. And, she was going to look into it because she's never wanted kids, and she heard from several friends don't do it. It'll mess up your body. And I always thought it was going to impact my enjoyment of the experience, to put it, somewhat PG. But I eventually learned that wasn't the case. So then I went, oh, fuck it, I'll do it. I don't care. And that was that. It was a little funny, oh, you should have somebody to drive you home. You should give your testicles a rest. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. And I stopped through a drive-through for Jack in the Box. Grabbed a, hey. Can I order a drink and a spare cup full of ice? And they go, yeah, sure, I guess. Okay, thanks. And that was it. Just ice on the nuts, drove myself home, laid in bed, and just slept for half a day. Didn't do anything too strenuous for a while because that might tear something. But besides that, no big deal. It really was not a big deal to me. But I heal fast. When when I broke my ankles, the orthopedic surgeon, when I came in to get my casts pulled off.
If they're pulling off your calf, that's a whole different story.
Yeah. No. They're removing the casts, and he goes, so, you came in around, July, right? And I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. He's like, July something or other? And I go, yeah, I guess. Sounds, mm-hmm. And he goes, okay. I just wanted to double check before we pull these things off, because, I've never seen anybody make this much progress in this short a time. And I was like, yeah. I lit my face on fire once. And,
Wow.
and I was back to normal. The scars were healed over in, 2 weeks. So, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Jesus.
Do not do a flaming shot unless you follow all the proper rules. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
I had my own set of rules. I broke my own rules. Never break your own rules.
That's very, very true. Very sage advice. This coming from a man that's drinking.
Yeah. Maybe at some point on stream I'll do that. I'll drink flaming liquor.
Oh, please don't. I could end very badly.
Well, I've done it since then. It hasn't been an issue. It's just being smart about it.
That's true.
Again, don't break your own rules. I broke 2 of my rules there. I filled the glass. I didn't fill the glass, I'm sorry. The bartender filled the glass up to the brim with Bacardi 151, which is a bad idea because then it's going to overflow. And that was part of the issue. You want to make sure you have a safety gap between the bottom of the glass and your hand.
Yeah.
Another one, no facial hair. I didn't have much facial hair, but I did have some. And, facial hair burns.
Yep.
Okay. First and foremost, rule number 1.1. Inhale first.
Yeah, you want to inhale. It's the same as fire. You inhale, then you exhale.
Yeah, you inhale first because if you exhale first and then inhale the flames, you suck them into your lungs and sear your lungs shut, and then you're dead.
Yep.
Um,
And it's kind of the same for laying or walking on glass. You need to balance your body properly. I think.
like glass shards, or
Yeah, like shards of broken glass. So people that walk on them and whatnot.
okay.
I think it's about balancing your body properly.
I cannot give insight on that. I don't know, but I can imagine.
That's okay. This clinic that I've looked at for the vasectomy thing with Medicare is $630, and it's actually very, very close to me. It's in a place called Bowen Hills, which is accessible via train.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. We've got a COVID-19 update.
When things become
Less strenuous, shall we say?
manageable, yeah.
I will save that link. Whatever.
But yeah, I was at a bar with my girlfriend at the time, and I was showing off to somebody, and I took a flaming shot, and I broke my own rules. I mean, I inhaled first. That one I know, because I'm not going to kill myself. But I had some facial hair, not much, but enough. And the bartender, like I said, topped off my my shot glass.
Yeah, which is the bartender did a bad job on that one.
I mean, I can't blame him. He's not expecting somebody to light the shot on fire.
That's true.
But I should have backed off. I should have said, like, hey, no, bad idea. But I didn't. Okay.
Yeah, you jumped the gun a bit.
Yeah, I did. So, took the shot, okay. The liquor got on my hand. And it started climbing up the side of my face with my facial hair. And again, it wasn't much. It was just like tiny stubble, but enough that it can still burn. So I toss the shot glass from my right to my left, which the shot glass is still on fire, mind you. And I try to slap out the fire on my face, which with the liquor on my hand and where it's burning just spreads it across my mouth.
Yeah.
And then I see more fire coming at my face. So I just drop the shot glass and just start slapping myself in the face. And it's not going away. Well, I'm wearing a small jacket. So I drop to the floor and I pull the jacket over my face. And that smothers the flames. Perfect. I peek my head out and I see the flaming shot glass laying on the side. And I just put my hand over it and pick it up. Okay, we're good. Except we're not good because burns.
Yeah.
My face hurt. I go to the bathroom to try and, put some water on it, cool it down, or rub the water across my face. And then I rub off part of my face.
Ah!
That was, that was a bad time, yeah.
Yeah, sounds bad. I haven't done anything that extreme, but I have. I was walking back from wherever I've been, and I ended up stepping on a glass Coke bottle, and that went through my shoe up into my left foot. My entire shoe was just filled with blood, and I've got a scar to this day from that. Yeah. The paramedics that brought me in were concerned as well because they'd given me Panadol, and when we got to the hospital, I leaped off the stretcher, landing on that foot.
Ooh.
I couldn't feel any pain, so I was like, oh shit. Yeah, it was an interesting time.
I can imagine. I can imagine.
Luckily, there was no shards of glass, but the radiologist who did the X-ray of my foot to make sure there was no glass, he was an ass. He was a real asshole. I was having issues putting my foot the right way so he could get the scan. He's like, keep your still, blah, 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 and just like really condescending and really asshole tone. And I'm just like, fuck you. Then I'm sorry, my foot doesn't want to bend the way that you want it to. The worst incident though that landed me in hospital though was a gallbladder attack.
Oh, really?
That is some of the worst pain I've ever experienced. Yeah, that wasn't too nice. They ended up doing, blood tests and whatever else they had to do. They gave me the green whistle as well. That was really, really fun. Being high off a kite on something that smelled like menthol is interesting.
Warning. 5 minutes remaining before trace
5 minutes remaining before trace. Okay.
Or, you could just pull the internet cord out and then they can't, and wait 10 minutes and they can't trace you.
Bail out! Pull the ripcord!
Exactly. And I will say though, you'll never get me jumping out of a plane. Hell no. I'm not stupid enough to jump out of a plane. I also don't like clowns.
Oh, my girlfriend has a big thing about clowns.
Clowns, just no. I remember watching Stephen King's It, the original, not the crappy remake.
Yeah.
Yeah, that terrified me.
I can't. I'm not gonna be able to pull this off. You know what Homestuck is?
Homestuck. I'm gathering it's not where you're stuck at home.
It's a webcomic.
Ah,
They in there they featured a killer clown basically. One of the greatest threats in the webcomic was this fucking honk menace.
what?
Like imagine Slenderman, except instead of having this big slender dude, you have this guy who was wearing Juggalo face paint, and then every once in a while through air vents you hear honk, honk, and then he'll just pop out somewhere and decapitate somebody.
I mean, well, that sounds more funny than it does creepy.
Well, yeah, but it kind of feeds off of both, though, and that's why it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Like, you go, yeah, that's funny, but it's like a Joker side of funny, like DC Joker. Like, you go, man, that's funny, but it's fucked up.
I mean, I have a really dark and warped, twisted sense of humor already, so I find that hilarious.
And that's cool, I get that.
Yeah. It got me in trouble once, though.
Just once?
Okay, more than once. I don't know. I said some things I probably shouldn't have regarding the whole World Trade Center thing at the time, and that got me in trouble. But then there's all the memes that came out of that over the next couple of years. You know, like these terrorists flying a plane in there, and you're like, "Hey, I'm such and such. Welcome to Jackass."
Yeah, no, I'm. A lot of people get sensitive about it, and it's like, yeah, I understand loss. Don't get me wrong,
Yeah,
okay? But what do they say? Something like the best form of catharsis is humor. Like,
Yeah.
if you can laugh at something, then that's the best way to deal with it. And I honestly believe that. And yeah, some of the stuff, like, it's fucking wrong, but you know, it's funny too. And being able to look at that and just go like, yeah, okay, you know, shit. Like, I'm sorry, but it is what it is. Okay. That's I don't know, for lack of a better word, it's realistic.
Yeah.
It's more human than not.
I mean, there are a lot of comedians that will make fun of cancer. I'm like, if you can make light of something that's serious like that and get a laugh out of people, yeah.
And well, a lot of people will like try to claim context. Like, you know, oh, you made fun of cancer, but if somebody's already a cancer patient, whoa, then it doesn't matter. No, it sucks all the way around. Dude, my brother's mom died of cancer again. Like, he's my half brother, but
Yeah.
you know, his mom died of cancer, and he would straight up be like, you know, I want to do such and such. Well, no, dude, my mom's dying of cancer. I'm gonna do what the fuck I want. And it's like, you know, I can't argue with that. Fine.
Yeah. But I mean, the way I see it, if you can make light of a terrible situation and make something fun out of that and get people laughing, that's alright. It is what it is.
Yeah, just you know, like a friend of mine once said, just as long as you insult everyone equally.
Yeah. Well, there was a Australian comedian. He had cancer patients in the audience, like people who had some sort of disease or whatnot. and I think it actually was cancer, and he was saying that, you know, nothing in life is certain. Everyone in the audience could walk out of the venue tonight and get hit by a bus, and then these poor fuckers in the front row, Ethan Bradbury's the lot of us, or Stephen Bradbury, whatever his name is. I'm just like, yes, that is a good thing. If you can take a horrible time and turn it into a good time, go for it.
Yeah. It's goofy as all shit, don't get me wrong, but, you know, if it works, it works.
Yeah. Ta-da!
I'm trying to figure out how to make this level work, though, and it's just not. Like, who wants to have a bad time, dude? Let's see here. Okay. If I do that, that might work. I can't do that one. I can't do that one. Man. Why does so much shit suck? Wait. Maybe I can try that. That's weird, but it might pull it off. No, it didn't. Not really. Well, I'll try the other one. Nothing to lose, right?
Nothing to lose and everything to gain, as I say.
Yeah. I have very little to gain at this point, but I'm trying.
I'll have to start watching Gurren Lagann at some point too.
Oh, dude, just like, yeah, it is such a good series. It is just such, on so many levels. The one thing I will say, if you don't like the first episode, either skip it or just stick with it, because the first episode is nothing but setup. If it's boring to you, that's all right. Pass it.
I mean, I watched, I think, up to 300 episodes of Bleach, and a lot of that was filler.
Well, you did better than me. Let's see here. I got through Soul Society, where they traveled into the realm of the dead, you know?
Yeah, Wukamundo, I think.
I don't remember,
Wukamundo,
honestly.
yeah, I think the Hollow area. Yeah.
No, it wasn't even that. It was just the land of the Soul Reapers, because Rukia was up for a trial.
Yeah, the Soul Society, that's all.
Yeah. So
That old guy though, he is buff.
I watched up to that, and they saved her, and then, like, okay, back to human realm, cool. And then suddenly vampires, and I went, yep, nope, I'm done. There's just too much.
What? Vampires? I don't remember vampires in Bleach.
They didn't call them vampires, but, like, they rescue Rukia, they get back to the human world, and they were like other forms of soul puppets or something like that, but they said they fed off of yada 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 something, and it was like, okay, so they're basically vampires, and that's essentially what they...
Hollows, I think. They devour souls or something?
They weren't hollows themselves. They were like,
what do they call them?
They had some connection with what's his face, Sandal Hat, and
Hat Clubs.
they
what do they call them?
there were like two of them that had control over water, because like that's the point where I just bailed out. Was they're supposed to be fighting them, and they're in front of a hospital, and then it starts raining, and it's like, yes, my power is water, and I went like, No.
I honestly don't remember that.
No?
No.
Um,
Then again, it's been a long time since I watched Bleach.
no big deal. Anyway, no, I pieced out of that. Gurren Lagann is not nearly that long. It's only, I think, 26 episodes.
It's about average for an anime.
Yeah.
Whereas, what is it? Hellgirl, the first season of that was dubbed, and then the dub fell through. And then they just continued into another 7 seasons of stuff.
Connection terminated. Your
Hellgirl was very, very good, though.
As a defeat.
And if you want a anime that's really messed up, Higurashi no Naku Koroni Cry. Or Koroni, or whatever it's called. Higurashi When They Cry. It's the dub.
When They Cry, yes. Yeah, no, I know that one. I know that one.
Yeah, that is just messed up beyond belief.
Yeah. I finished a few of the story arcs with my girlfriend, and we need to finish that at some point, but we weren't able to do it right away because depression set in, and we were like, yeah, we can't handle that shit right now.
It did have its sad moments and just really horrible moments as well, so it was a good all around us.
No, it's a roller coaster. It's a roller coaster. There are redeeming quality. Like, I'm not. to me, if you want to have a bad time, you watch Grave of the Fireflies.
I haven't heard of that one.
No? Grave of the Fireflies is a Studio Ghibli film.
Tell me why I haven't seen it. I've never watched any Ghibli movie at all.
Oh, okay. Ghibli's decent. I know that he gets, or I should say the studio gets kind of a shit reputation because they paired up with Disney. But they are good. To drive the point home, when Disney doesn't make the films, they just license them for the, you know. So, when the film Princess Mononoke was released, they were looking at it and they said, boy, some of this is really graphic and mature. Like, we don't think that's really appropriate. Can we just edit this a little bit? And they waited for a long while for a reply from Studio Ghibli. And then in the mail, they receive an authentic made by one of the last few true samurai swordsmen, an actual katana.
Wow.
And etched into the blade says, no cuts.
Purple Kemi said,
Hey,
Good morning.
Hey, Purple Kemi, how's it going? Passed out and came back up again. No, they take their work very seriously. And they don't want it edited. It's very much like, maybe change the wording a bit, maybe change the music a bit, but as far as editing the work itself, no, they will not allow that. Princess Mononoke is very dark. It looks at the kind of like dichotomy of beast and man, of the evil within, sort of like, I don't even want to say evil, like darkness inside everything.
Speaking of Evil Within, that's actually a very good game series.
Oh yeah, no, I need to, man, that was that one October where I was going through a bunch of horror games. I started that. That's one that I need to play. That is really one I need to play.
It's very good.
Oh, have you played Soma?
No, but I've seen Jacksepticeye.
Soma. If you like horror games, that is one of the few that really got me going. That's another one I need to finish. But not just good as far as horror goes, but good puzzles and good philosophy from what I could gather at the time, anyway.
I've got you live and I've got you on Discord. How do you deal with beard itch?
How do I deal with what?
Itchy beards.
Oh, itchy beards. That's a hard one. Like, most of the time I keep myself clean shaven because it's a pain in the ass. When things... My facial hair grows really, really fast.
So does mine.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, well then you know. Okay, cool. So, for me, a lot of washing helps. I found this this charcoal scrub. I shouldn't even say scrub, it's a paste. It contains charcoal and
I've got some beard balm. I've got a vanilla and mango one, which it smells nice, doesn't do much. The other one I've got is a oil that's got the aloe, green tea, and chamomile, and the balm has the same stuff.
Okay, so like a beard balm will help style your beard and strengthen it. But as far as the itch goes, it may not do much. If you're really desperate, you can try peppermint or lavender oil and try rubbing that in. It may just generate a numbing effect.
Apparently, with the oil, green tea, tea tree oil, not green tea, aloe and chamomile, apparently that really, really helps. Because tea tree oil is supposed to have like a soothing effect, I think.
Yeah, yeah. There was one guy who said, feed it beer. And not just drink it. He would literally go over the sink and pour beer over his beard.
Mine's only in the first 2 weeks of growth, so that's fine.
I think that's a little goofy. I don't think it really works. He said the B vitamins help. It won't hurt to try, but I personally, I don't think that's a solution. There's a
that hurt. I just kicked my toe. Ow.
That was loud. I'm guessing it was quite painful.
Yep, especially when you kick it right on the nail into your desk. Ow. No, there's a bunch of guys out there in America that actually do the whole beard styling thing, and one of them literally uses his beard as a bowl to eat noodles.
That's cool. I wouldn't. It's no. Let's see here. So I found this thing. It's actually a charcoal acne treatment.
Yep.
But it contains salicylic acid, which is the same compound in aspirin.
Yep.
As well as the same compound for treating warts.
Yeah.
Now, because it's a light acid, it doesn't just kill acne and warts. It actually works by dissolving oil and essentially eating away the very top layer of your skin, all the dead skin.
Yep.
So, where I was being lazy and letting my beard grow out until this evening, washing with soap and then following up by washing with that significantly cut down how itchy my beard was. Now, to be fair, I will say there's a transition period. I'll start growing my beard for a week. I'm fine. After that, it gets itchy for a few days, and then it goes away. So if you have something to numb it while it goes through the itchy phase, I'm usually fine. But
apparently, week 1 to 3 are the worst when it comes to itch.
Mm-hmm. And
After
then,
that, it's fine.
yeah, it goes away.
Yeah.
But this, I think it has something to do with, like, because it not only cleans up the oil, but it destroys the dead skin cells around the hair follicles. It eliminates that.
I do have a beard conditioner as well, so that helps. Oh, I can see the daylight. Just a man alone in his room,
Yeah.
staring into the void.
Got the sun coming up. We're at 8 a.m. Fuck. Gonna get the mic put back on my talking scene or whatever the.
Yep. What is that? I want to say it looks like a helmet by your arm. What is that? That green helmet looking thing. The up a bit, like to your right, like yeah, that.
That's my mic.
Oh, I was wondering what that was.
It's a blue snowball, except it's not blue. It's lime green.
Ah,
My favorite color
No.
is just like the acid like burn your eyes out green. So it's like
I have a.
I've got the chair, I got the mic, I've got my my Logitech keyboard here, which is not quite the right color, but you know, I custom painted it with what I could get my hands on. I have my drinking glass. I have my cell phone case.
Oh yeah.
It's a slight obsession. The Logitech, I'm really pleased with this thing.
I have a what is it? A SteelSeries Apex 150. One of the RGB keyboards.
Oh, nice, nice.
It is very nice. And I've got the Blue Yeti black microphone.
I got lucky. I was at a thrift store and I was looking for USB keyboards that had USB hubs built in.
Oh, nice.
And I come across this thing. Okay, so I pick it up, and then I'm looking at it and I'm going, "Oh, it's a Logitech. Logitech is nice. What's this little thing at the top?" And I fiddle with it and I pop it open. It's an LCD display. And that's when it hits me like, "Oh no. This is not just a USB keyboard. This is a very big deal." So I look it up. This keyboard normally goes for $200.
Damn.
I bought it at a thrift store for $5.
Huh. I mean, picking up a keyboard like that for $5 is an incredibly good deal.
Mostly, except part of the wrist rest was tore up. I actually had to remove the entire wrist rest. A bunch of the paint was worn off on the left side where, you know, somebody rests their wrist for the WASD keys.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of grease on the keys, so I popped all the keys off so I could wash them. And it was like, you know, well, I've got them off. I'll remove the faceplate just to clean it out.
I'm lucky. The only thing that gets into my keyboard is dust. I'm very particular about touching stuff after I eat. I make sure my hands are clean before I touch my stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, whoever was the previous owner of this was definitely not. I found full sunflower hulls under the keys.
Okay.
Full shells from sunflower seeds under the keys on the keyboard. It was fucking gross, dude. Like, it's hard to convey just how nasty this shit was. Like, whoever used this was the literal, like, stereotypical, like, super geek gamer that just is
So basically the South Park guy.
yeah, fucking nasty. I had to pull off all the keys. I had to wash all the keys, put them back. I had to pry all sorts of hair and grease and seed shells out from the keyboard. And since I have it...
I'm lucky with if anything does get out of my under my keyboard, even in my system, I have a anti-static vacuum cleaner that just blows hot air, just blast everything away.
Yeah, no. I mean, like, no. I treat my stuff good.
Yeah.
But yeah. Whoever had this before did not.
Yeah, that's gross.
And since I had the whole thing opened up, I pulled off that one faceplate because it was originally silver, and where his wrist had worn it away was blue. I hit it with that paint, and I should have put enamel over the top of the paint to seal it, so it has a little wear spot where my wrist has been. I'm gonna recoat it at some point, but
Yeah.
I actually put effort into it to make it look nice, and I take care of it. I'm a big believer that in you treat something right, it will last.
Yeah, like I mean, okay, take my computer for example. I could overclock that my CPU, which because it's a K processor, and I would still get 7 to 9 years out of it. Whereas, if I didn't overclock it, I'd get 10. I mean, 7 to 9 years for a processor is still very good.
Yeah. And well, like you said, you have liquid cooling on it, so you know
that way.
you can actually push it to that 10 mark probably without dealing any damage.
I mean, I would probably only go as far as 4.9, maybe 4.8. Wouldn't want to push it to 5.
I mean, there's no
Yeah.
reason to push it further if you're not getting more performance out of it, right?
True. I mean, my turbo boost is 4.70, but that's just standard. If I wanted to, I could push it beyond that.
Yeah. And as long as you have enough cooling power, it's really astounding how far you can move hardware if you really want to.
I mean, the Corsair CPU coolers are pretty decent.
They are.
Even the block, like the cooling block on the CPU itself, is RGB.
Nice. Oh, last time we were talking about that, fish tank computer. Do you know what I mean with that?
Yeah, it's where you fill up a certain portion of your computer with a anti-static liquid.
Oil.
Yeah.
It can literally be vegetable oil.
Huh.
Oil is non-conductive. Motor oil, vegetable oil, mineral oil. You need to be careful about which one you use because things like mineral oil will soak into PVC, so it can like pop capacitors off your motherboard if it isn't the right kind. But lesser oils like motor oil or vegetable are more compliant.
The only issue with a liquid, like that type of liquid cooling, like oil, is you have to make sure everything's sealed.
Yes, you need to make sure it's sealed, and especially if you're using like vegetable oil, it will go rancid, so you need to change the oil on your computer once a year.
Yeah, rancid oil would not go very well.
But there were tests on, like, look this shit up. There were tests on this, and like a decade ago even, they went and just like literal fish tank computer. They basically just dropped the entire system into a fish tank full of vegetable oil. And they ran everything at full tilt. No problems. Like, it puts all liquid cooling to shame. It is fucking funny.
I mean, for customization alone, I would love to go with water cooling because you customize the color of the liquid. Like, you could have a radioactive green for water cooling.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to do something like that, but it is expensive.
It's yeah. It's
But like I've literally seen, I don't know if you know him, Jay's 2 Cents
no.
over on YouTube. He has a fully water cooled system. He's got a water cooled CPU, water cooled hard drive, water cooled graphics card, RAM, you know, and it's just the amount of stable temperatures that guy had on his system. Insane.
It's I mean, yeah, you get better performance with water than you do over air, definitely.
Yeah.
Like I said, for me though, it's not worth the price for the performance difference.
I mean, if I went through my rental company, yeah, I'd have to pay it off, sure, but I could literally have a system built. They go out and pay for it, and I pay it back in installments. So,
Yeah.
aha.
Everything. I mean, like, computers are my business, so everything I have is like mine, which means I need to pay up front for it. So for me, it's not worth it. But with the oil cooling, as long as I know I wouldn't be like, breaking down my equipment, then yeah, totally worth it.
Oh yeah. You gotta be careful with that stuff.
But have you seen anything from The Life of Boris on YouTube?
I don't think I have. No.
Dude is goofy as shit. I don't know if he's actually Russian, but funny stuff. And
is he the guy that melted? He boiled down the Coke to show you how much sugar was in it.
I don't think so. I want to say that was Crazy Russian Hacker.
Yeah, I think it might be Crazy Russian Hack. So,
Life of Boris usually does either gaming, rarely. Most of his stuff is either cooking or tech. Mostly cooking, honestly. A music video now and then. But
okay.
He made a vodka cooled computer.
Okay.
So, thermal conductivity of a liquid is determined by certain factors. Water works really well. If you could get, like, let's say, mercury cooled, that would be amazing because, it's a liquid metal.
Actually, I don't know too many people that have this, but there is liquid nitrogen cooling for you.
Liquid what?
Liquid nitrogen.
Oh, man. That is dangerous.
It's dangerous, but it exists.
I mean, it'll carry heat well, but I mean, you're gonna need a compressor to keep changing it out.
Yeah, I mean, like with water cooling, you have the reservoir as well, just empty and refill it needed.
Yeah. No, I mean, like with liquid nitrogen, it would have to be. It's gonna heat up. It's going to turn to gas, so it'll overpressurize the system and blow out the seals. So in order to keep liquid nitrogen running, actually you need to carry the heat through, dump it, then go to a compressor to turn it back into liquid.
Yeah.
And keep it running that way. I mean, I do know that like quantum computers run on things like sealed systems and liquid nitrogen, but Besides that, water cooling is good, but alcohol actually has a better thermal conductivity than water on its own.
I mean, I wonder if you could use the vodka in the reservoir for liquid cooling instead of water. I wonder if that would work.
Well, that's exactly what he did. Like, if you look up Life of Boris, you'll see that he did a video on vodka cooling because he just has basically a water cooling system in his computer, but he doesn't use water, he uses vodka.
How often would you need to change the vodka though?
I have no clue.
Because vodka is fucking expensive.
But if it gives you better performance.
I mean, for a liter bottle of like 750 mils or whatever, of Smirnoff over here is $40.
But, I mean, you're not drinking it, though. You're just using
Sure.
it, so you can get
But
the...
I enjoy vodka, so some for the computer, some for me.
I mean, if it's just performance, then, like, you can use the cheapest shit out there as long as it's high proof.
Oh, yeah. I think a cheap bottle of vodka is like $12.
Okay. So, if you're changing out, vodka for $12 every, I don't know, 2 months, that's still not too bad.
Yeah.
But, no. There's a full video there. Like, you should look into it. It's dumb. It's hilarious. But he got it to work. He got it to work.
I want to try some of the vodka I've seen on Tipsy Bartender. Birthday cake vodka and that type of stuff.
Man, it's been... I'm subscribed to him, but it's been a long while since I've actually watched a video of his. But Tipsy Bartender,
Yeah.
he's good. He's good.
It's great.
Yeah, there's a lot of flavored vodkas out there. The one issue I have with them is most of the time they use artificial sweeteners and flavors, which, they're good at first, but if they don't have enough mixes with them, they have such artificial flavor, it ends up tasting like plastic.
Yeah, it's not too good. Though, I've had, I put half vodka and then the rest was all Coke at one point, and it was pretty strong, but it was okay at the same time.
One drink I came up with, if you take butterscotch schnapps and you mix it with a,
Yeah, I'm going to be right back, mixing my frogs with vodka.
yeah. Butterscotch schnapps, you mix it with, whiskey,
Yep.
a good neutral whiskey, like a Jim Beam, 50-50, and a hearty pinch of salt in there. It's kettle corn.
I had a mojito at one point. That was actually quite good. It tastes weak, but it's not.
It tastes what?
And it tastes really weak because it had soda water in it. But it's not bad. But my best friend got me hooked on pina coladas.
Have you had an Adios?
No, I haven't.
That's one to try. So the one that is most well known is Adios. It's abbreviated Adios. The full name is Adios Motherfucker. And the joke was, you buy it for a friend and you give it to them and they ask, well, what is it? And you say, I'll tell you once you finish it. So they drink the drink and they go, what's it called? You say, Adios, motherfucker, as they fall off their bar stool because they're wasted. It's bright blue. It has a bunch of different liquors in it. It's similar to a Long Island iced tea, but it's more fruity, more tropical.
The Long Island iced tea. I had one of them when I went clubbing at one point, which I don't do anymore. Clubbing's not my thing. Those things are expensive. They're about $15 a glass.
Here depends on where you go or how the person makes it. Long Island, unfortunately, is like there's a lot of variance to it because there's so much stuff that can go into it.
I think it was I think it was a Long Island. It was. It had 7 shots of alcohol in it.
Something like that, yeah. They usually are not cheap, but they'll get you trashed pretty fast. Adios is in that same area, except it's
one thing I want to try is the what is it? The Deadpool shot.
I am not familiar with that.
The Deadpool shot is, I think it's vodka and black absinthe.
Ooh, that doesn't sound great.
With a layer of grenadine on top. And yeah, the beer is pretty strong.
Yeah, yeah. I have a beverage I came up with for a friend. I am not going to share it on stream because it's a personal thing, but I'll make beverages, shots, whatever, to kind of embody people. And if you want to try it, I'll send it to you.
I need to make, or at least try a kamikaze shot.
Oh, those are not a big deal. Those are
No?
they're smooth. They're tasty. They are not strong though.
Or I want to make jungle juice.
Well, that one, like the phrase "jungle juice," is basically like Everclear with any sort of like fruit juice.
Yeah, but it gets you wasted pretty quick.
Yeah, it does. It does. Well, anything with Everclear will. There's it's less well known, but some places, if they know how to make it, it's called a Mongolian.
Huh.
It's it goes in the same family as like a Long Island iced tea or a Adios, except it's basically just cherry flavor.
Okay.
Goes down super smooth and hits like a brick.
I need to make more Burning Rain shots. They were good.
That sounded. Oh.
It's actually not that bad.
Have you seen my my Cthulhu cocktail?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so it's it's an actual video upload on my Twitch. So it's there, it stays, you know.
Yeah.
Check it out. It's I made it for Halloween a couple of years ago. It's basically a martini, except it uses let's see here. It's been a while. It's a martini. It's your choice whether you want to use vodka or gin. Like me personally, I like gin, but I know a lot of people don't. So vodka will work fine as long as it's a smooth vodka.
Like for me personally, I like cider. I've had the Somersby, the sweeter version of it, but one of the better brands I've had is for Quarterly.
Well, you know, I mean, it's meant to be modeled after a classic martini, which is gonna use, again, either vodka or gin. But I like gin. It has a strong flavor. Most people don't like that, so you know, if you don't, or if you're unsure, just go with vodka. It starts off with your classic martini. Shake it up with ice, or stir it up with ice. I'm sorry. You stir it up with ice. You strain it so it's nice and cold, and you mix it with, let's see here, wasabi, daikon radish, banana pepper juice, and then you garnish the edges of the glass to look like tentacles using red onions and peppercini slices.
Huh.
It has a bite that's spicy on different levels. It's sour. It hits fucking hard. It gives you a little something to chew on, and it yeah. It's
I want to try an apple martini at one point.
they aren't bad. They're tasty, but they aren't a proper martini. The original martinis are, I mean, like, martinis are meant to be strong drinks, like 90% vodka or gin, like brutally strong things that you very gently sip because they're just so harsh. You know.
It reminds me of a story. Are you aware of the comedian Gabriel Iglesias?
Yeah, fluffy.
Okay, yeah, Fluffy. He went to a Cuban restaurant at one point. I don't know if you are familiar with this story, but he was going to get one of the little shots of Cuban coffee, and he didn't know that that coffee is incredibly strong. So he ends up getting a whole bowl of it and just chugging it.
Oof.
Yeah, they had to call an ambulance for it. It's hilarious.
Oh my god.
Chugging a whole bowl of that stuff, just oh.
I can only imagine. No, I've seen a few of his bits, but not that one. Not that one.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
I've got a little bit of information about him, but that's something that will not be on stream.
Okay.
You'll understand when I talk to you about it. I'll send it to you on Twitter. Traditional martini. You pick gin or vodka. You mix it with ice. You stir it up. You strain it so it's just ice cold. Liquor. And one of the things that people always cite is James Bond, shaken, not stirred. You actually don't want to shake a martini because that's what's called bruising it. It actually introduces oxygen into the liquor, which changes the flavor of it. That's why you want to actually have it stirred. So you mix it with the ice, you get it really chilled, you get a little bit of water in there, and then you strain it into the glass. And that's when people ask, do you want it dirty or wet? If somebody says dry and clean, then that's literally it. You have super chilled vodka or gin in a glass. You're done. That's a little bit intense for me. I want more flavor than just ethanol, thank you. So, when somebody says wet, that usually is a different type of mixer, like a vermouth. Something like a fortified alcohol that will, help keep the strength up, but not as much, and add a little bit of flavor. And then when somebody says dirty is you mix in juice from either pickles or olives or onions.
Is that the same as a dirty Russian? No, not or white Russian or whatever it is.
No, white Russian is very different. Very, very different. White Russian almost tastes like chocolate milk. One of the popular ones is if you're going to make a wet, dirty martini with vodka, you'll make up the majority of the martini. Vodka, ice, stir it, strain it. Add juice from a pickle jar, like pickle brine, and then a couple of onions on the side, like the little pearl onions that are pickled. So that way, the juice mixes with the vodka. It gives it a little bit of flavor. It's still something that's strong, so you have to sip it. And then, you have like 2 or 3 pearl onions. So when it starts to get a little bit overwhelming, you just crunch one of those and have a couple more sips. And it keeps you going until you finish it. And by the time you're done with one of these martinis, you're already just sailing. White Russian, there are a few different ways to make one. What I'm most familiar with is, let's see here. Kahlua.
Yep, the coffee liqueur. Yep, we know that one.
Like Bailey's or some other
Irish
Irish cream type.
Drink.
Vodka and milk, and you mix it up, and that's it.
Huh.
It's just adult chocolate milk is really what it tastes like. It is. That's a White Russian. A Black Russian is Kahlua and vodka, and depending upon who you talk to, there's debate here. Either a little bit of milk or some Coke. So people say a Black Russian is just the vodka, Kahlua, and a little bit of milk, or you have the Coke to balance it out and keep that rich, like cola flavor. But it's Black Russian, mostly vodka, some Kahlua, and then like a mixer to help cut it a little bit. I have a friend who really liked Black Russians, but they didn't like him.
Fair enough.
I have another friend who wanted to be a cowboy. He did a 6-shooter. That's 6 shots of Bacardi 151.
That sounds like a bad time.
It was. I was the designated driver, so I did not get trashed. In fact, I only had a couple of White Russians that evening. The other guy who was along for the ride, he also had a bunch of shots of 151. And we wanted to get food at the place where this guy worked. The first one, the one who did the 6-shooter.
Yeah.
So we went there hoping that, get the employee discount. And it's like, do you want to place an order to go? And the other dude who's with us is like, we'd like to sit down. And we're like, oh, okay. And, the waitress comes by, what would you like? And it's like, well, we need to think about it. And we're both going like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? And, like, he's one of these guys who, like, most of the time when he talks, he's, like, really smooth and mellow,
Yeah.
So he's just one of these chill dudes, which makes it really hard to tell if he's high or drunk, because that's just kind of his state,
Mm.
So, we aren't putting together yet that he is absolutely gone. And he's like, yeah, man, like, if you chat up the waitress, sometimes she'll give you free food. And we're like, no, buddy. No, that's not the way it works. And I look away at the menu or something. I don't remember what. And I hear this weird noise, and I look back, and the buddy of mine that did the 6-shooter has just puked on the table. And he is looking back at the two of us just wide-eyed, and he goes, I don't know. I didn't even feel it. It just suddenly happened. And he was like, okay, fair enough. He mops it up real quick. The other dude rushes him off to the bathroom. I end up awkwardly sitting at the table for a long while, like, waiting for everybody else to make up their mind. Go in the bathroom to check on them. The one dude who did the 6-shooter is recovering. He's like, no, dude, I'm good. I'm good. And the other guy is like, are you sure? And the dude who did the 6-shooter goes, I'm not quite sure. And he turns to him, and he just buries his face in the side of his shirt. And the other dude goes, oh, fuck, no! And the dude who did the 6-shooter stops, and he looks up at him and goes, got you! Totally acted like he was going to puke on him. So the dude who didn't do the 6-shooter is like, can we just stay here a little bit longer to talk to the waitress? And that's where, like, I tried to not be like, dude, you're fucking drunk, let's go home. Just gently like, hey, the other guy, he's wasted. He needs to sleep. I'm sorry. You want to chat up this chick? But we got to take care of him. And that's when they're like, okay, that's the right thing to do. So then we all head out of the bathroom and go like, I'm sorry, we're not ordering anything. Didn't mean to bother you. It's just like, okay, whatever. And, I end up driving them home with the windows open on my van to let as much freezing air in as possible to stop anybody from puking in the vehicle. And then I had to next morning I was the carpool. I was picking up my buddy for work, and he was the guy who did the 6-shooter. And I call him and I honk the horn, and eventually he comes out and he has this like beanie on his head that's pulled down over his eyes, and he gets in, he crosses his arms. I was like, "How you feeling this morning, buddy?" And he's like, "Life feels like death." Okay, sounds about right. It was a mess of a night.
That sounds about it.
The dude who was the bartender there, he literally just poured 151 across the bar and then lit it. He was like, "You see what this does? It's like gasoline. Do you want to put that in your body?" And they put it all out, and the other two guys are like, "Fuck yes, we do." And, I'm driving, whatever.
The worst experience I've had with alcohol is when a friend spiked my drink with peach vodka. I threw up everywhere.
I'm sorry, this sucks.
Worst
one I had. Let's see here. That's a hard question. No, the worst one I had, I think, it's there are a few that come close, but worst one I had. It was my birthday, and my ex, now my girlfriend at the time, I was tired and I was dealing with a headache. Now, one of my weird medical conditions is that I react backwards to certain opiates. She had been dealing with a toothache, so she had a bunch of OxyContin.
Yep.
She offered me to take some, so yeah, I took a couple. Got rid of my headache, and I was just wired. I was so energetic. It was great. It was great until the very end of the evening. See, turns out many opiates, especially things like OxyContin, are processed by the liver, which means everything you drink during that time gets put on hold. It just continues to circle in your bloodstream, getting unused until the OxyContin wears off.
Yeah.
Which happened like 4 hours into drinking.
Ooh.
So everything from that 4 hours suddenly hit me at once. It's like, 0 to 100. I went from like, I'm having a great time to, oh, I'm kind of drunk, to like just stumbling over myself in a matter of, I don't know, a half an hour. And she was driving home. And yeah, she was heading off to visit family for the holiday. So she dropped me off at my parents' place, which was nearby, and nobody was home at the time, which was convenient. So half the day I just slept it off, and the other half the day I watched regular ordinary Swedish mealtime through regular doses of aspirin, and cooked a huge pot of chili, one of my greatest accomplishments at this point, culinarily speaking. Super, super dense, like chili stuff. Like, you can have a little bowl that fits in your hands and you eat this and you are loaded. You're full. It's like lambda's bread, except, chili. Like, it tops you up. She was somebody who was...
I've never tried chili. It's not a big thing here in Australia.
Really? I mean, it's not a big deal. It's just ground beef, beans, and spices, onions, tomatoes. It's yeah. It's not super complicated. It'd be something I could cover on a stream at some point or a video upload.
Yeah.
Because it's easy to do. But yeah, this thing was just like, she was an absolute foodie. She always thinking about like what her next meal was going to be. She just really loved to eat. But this thing, nah, give her a little bowl, fits in one hand. She would eat it, and she couldn't have any more. It was so dense. Yeah. Certain things will come up with now and then, but I think honestly, it's especially considering my level of hangover and intoxication at that point, greatest culinary achievement is probably that stupid chili. But yeah, just like an entire day of pain, trying to lock myself in a dark room, have a little bit of like lettuce to settle my stomach, and then go back to sleep. There are very few times I've been more miserable than that as far as booze is concerned. Like, oh man. Bad time. Bad fucking time. I search hard enough, I'm sure I can come up with something that matches it, but not easily. Not easily. Anyway, it's almost 9 in the morning here. I need to try and get some sleep.
Yes, you do. I think I've kept you.
I think what?
I think I've kept you talking long enough.
Yeah. But it's been a fun time.
Yeah, it has.
Let's see here. Somebody suggested The Supper. There was another game that you suggested I look into.
Neo, that's the one.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Neo Ninjas?
What is it? Let's have a look.
Oh, no, that's not it. This thing looks awful.
No, it's one word. Nioh.
Alright. $2017, okay. Well, a little pricey, but I'll put it on the wish list and keep my eye on it until, until it goes on sale.
Yeah, it's pricey, but it was a great game.
So, I mean, that's what I do with a lot of stuff. Like, whenever I see something I like, just wish list it, and then I have the app on my phone. It updates me whenever anything's on sale.
I'm waiting for a game that I cannot play on stream due to its content. That is Succubus from the same people that made Agony.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if I play Agony unrated on stream, I will get banned. All the nudity in that game, yeah, that'd get me banned for sure. I mean, when you come across a certain section of the game that's a demon literally just porking some chick, yeah, that's a bannable offense.
Yeah. Little bit of conflict there,
Yeah.
One of the ones I want to play at some point is Haiti.
I don't think I've seen that.
Haydee. It's a third-person shooter Metroidvania.
Okay.
With limited saves, you pick up floppy disks, and each floppy disk is another save you can use at save points. But I mean, like they're like the ink ribbons in classic Resident Evil. Like you can only use them so often. Every time you save, it eats up another one.
Until you get the unlimited ink ribbon.
Well, I don't know if they're gonna do that in Haiti or not.
What another game I need to play is Bloodstained Ritual of the Night.
Oh yeah, totally want to do that. I played
That looks really good.
I played the 2D one. But not the new 3D one.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that one. It looks really, really. And maybe the new Ori.
Yeah, I have that on my wish list. I'm totally,
Yeah, it looks good.
totally ready to. Pardon me. Totally ready to throw down on that, but again, like, it's expensive, and even though I love the first one, like, I still need to play the first one on stream, and I'm not ready to drop that much cash on another Ori game.
Yeah, Ori and the Blind Forest. That was a great game.
Very, very well done Metroidvania.
And then for me, there was Hollow.
Didn't care for Hollow Knight?
No, it's just the level of difficulty and not knowing where you actually had to go was just too much.
I'm not gonna lie, it was a slog at the start of the game.
Yeah.
Once I started building momentum, it became much, much easier. And it might be one of those things where they're like trying to echo the classic Metroid games, because the classic ones did have a large lack of direction. You had to explore in order to figure out what you're doing. Specifically, Super Metroid was, man, I mean, like, I love it. It's a fantastic game, but there are certain points that are brutal because you're trying to figure out what to do, and especially at the start, no direction. You really need to get a feeling for it, and that sense of isolation and confusion and frustration, they're all things that feed into one another. Like, it works well, and I can see them wanting to do that again for Hollow Knight, but at the start of it, a little too strong. Because that's a very fine line to walk, mind you. Because, you know, once you go too far in that direction, something gets old. It gets tiresome. You don't want to play it. Super Metroid goes a little bit over that line. Not too far. But you do start getting tired of it. You do start getting frustrated. But then it starts picking up and you start finding like a direction to move in before it gets too out of hand. But it's very much not hand-holdy. But with Hollow Knight, no. They totally expect you to just explore everywhere.
Like, another good game series was Devil May Cry. Especially 4 and 4. 4 was great.
I only have experience with 1, so I can't... I remember that being relatively linear.
I highly recommend 4, and you might like DMC, which was like the prequel to how he became Dante.
Okay. To be fair, it's still even been ages since I played the original, so I don't know.
4 had the voice actor for Ichigo.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, Johnny Young Botch. Very, very good voice actor.
Yeah. Same guy who did, like, Vash, right?
Yes. Vash Stampede?
Yeah.
Try down. I don't think it was him. What we said, Trigun actors. It was Trigun, wasn't it? I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is him.
Yeah, he's done a lot.
He's done so many voices.
Oh yeah. I like that's the one where I really first recognized him was Vash, but like he did Tetsuo and Akira at least. I don't know if they did a redub of it. I don't remember him being the voice of the original Tetsuo, but no, not Tetsuo. Kaneda. And then he also did Yukihira in Food Wars. Or a few others he's done that I didn't realize until somewhat recently. But he's all over the place. I think he even did the voice of Cloud in the Final Fantasy VII remake.
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me.
He's got a good reputation behind him. And
I would love to have Christian Freeman, the voice of Ichigo. Not Ichigo. What's his name? Itachi from Naruto. And Alucard.
Yeah, Alucard. Crispin Freeman. Yep.
I would love to see him do Sephiroth.
Yeah, he pulled that off really well. He would.
Oh, he'd do that so well.
I got to meet him briefly.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, like I said, there was this local anime convention, right?
Yep.
And it was going on for the weekend, and he was doing. I went to Anime Expo one year, and he was doing guest signing because it was the kind of like unveiling for Hellsing, the OVA, the original, not Hellsing Ultimate. And he was dressed up in costume, and he just had posters, and he was signing. Okay, and I told him like, "Hey, I really like your voice work in Angel Sanctuary," which he played a villain there, and yeah, he would, that one definitely. I can totally see him doing Sephiroth. He was like, okay, I think, and I appreciate that, and that was cool. Sign the poster, whatever. But Anime Expo, big convention, huge merchandise, capitalistic, whatever. Just mill people through, get the signatures done. I get it. But this tiny convention, and he's there. And I hear that he's going to be there. Like, I was there Friday. Tomorrow we'll have guest signing with Crispin Freeman. I go, oh boy, here we go. Well, at one of these tiny little mom and pop dollar stores in town, they had the round yellow glasses that I bought for $1.
Huh.
And, you have the line, and, working my way up. Okay, sign a poster, sign this, sign that. And then I get up there, and I say, hey, I don't know if you remember me from, like, AX. Really like, your work on Angel Sanctuary. He goes, okay, thanks. You got something? I go, oh, yeah. And I set the glasses down. He looks at it, and then he laughs, because it's like the Alucard glasses, right? And he signed him. He signed him on the lens.
Oh, wow.
So that was a big deal to me, anyway.
This must have been back in 2013, 20. I went to what we have over here called Supernova, which is a massive anime pop culture thing, on the Gold Coast.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to meet the director for Bleach and the Japanese voice actor for Ichigo, and they both signed a poster for me. Nice. It was great. It didn't help I was dressed as Sephiroth at the time, but...
I was happy to have, like, this weird thing that's like, how likely is it that you're going to get the glasses from this no-name store. Just dumb luck. They happen to have them, and then he's there and can sign them. You know?
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, having the original voice actor for Ichigo and the director, that's awesome. That's nice. That's nice.
It was. They were there promoting Bleach Hellverse, the movie, the premiere.
Hmm. That's nice.
Mm. It was the first Australian screening ever.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't get to stay to see it though.
That sucks. I'm sorry. That really sucks. Oh, well.
Yeah, I was there with my brother and his fiance, and they were all like, "Oh, you know, we're not going to stay all day." Like, why the hell did you come?
I almost had the chance to see the very first U.S. screening of the original Transformers live-action movie. But
I mean, I've seen a bit of the Dragon Ball Z live action. I'm just like, no, it's so bad. But one of the better live action movies was Death Note. The Japanese one, not the Netflix one.
oh, I haven't seen that.
But Death Note itself was a fantastic anime.
Oh, yeah, I've heard so much about it. And I watched a large comparison between the live action and the anime, and I can understand how they didn't do it justice, but at the same time, I would not have given the anime the time of day if I hadn't watched the live action one and become interested in it. So it's one of those things where it's like, I can't exactly appreciate what they did. Like, it's still not okay, but I still appreciate it for exposing me to the series and wanting to watch it. Not that I've done that yet, but I have so much media to get through. It's not even funny, dude. It's not even funny. If I'm lucky, I can wrap up Overlord here shortly, but
Overlord. I think I watched season 3 or season 2.
I'm working on season 3 right now.
Yeah, I've gone through Overlord. It is so good.
And again, another one, Food Wars. Like, the thing is, it's really uplifting. It's really positive, but it's not cheesy. It does take stuff that's kind of goofy at first, but it makes it like stick with it for a bit, is what I'll say. I have a friend that, like, I gave him the let him borrow the series, and he watched like the first 2 episodes. He's like, man, I couldn't do it. It was too weird. Just like people like eating something and their clothes exploding, and I was like, I know, it's goofy. Just stick with it. Trust me. Give it to like at least episode 5. If you're not at all interested, then peace out. But if you're enjoying it at all, then just keep going. And I said the same thing to to Squeakbee. And after about episode 5, the ecchi element starts, petering off, and the actual, like,
I mean, that's the same thing with High School DxD. That is just a fan service anime. Let's be honest.
Well, that's where Food Wars starts, but it doesn't stay there. The sex stuff begins to taper off by episode 5, and the rest of the series begins to shine. And even though they'll pop the sex stuff in here and there, it's not. It really isn't. There's so much more. It's just good all the way around.
Yeah.
Oh, pardon me. Anyway.
Have you watched Black Butler at all?
No. I've heard good things, but I haven't. I'm not.
It's what is it? J. Michael Tatum and Brina Palestina.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got who else? Monica Rial. Now I know there's a lot of controversy right now with Monica and Jamie and Vince and all that.
I don't honestly care about actors that much. More about a story content type.
I mean, it's set in Victorian England. It's quite good. I mean, the Victorian era, of course, my favourite. When all the goth started happening.
Like I said, I've heard good things. It's something I want to check out, but there's just so much I've been milling through. Well, there's another one. I really want them to finish up The Devil is a Part-Timer.
Oh, yes. I watched the first season of that. That was great.
My girlfriend and I finished up everything that's out there of it. On like Hulu, I think it was. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. But it was good. It was really fucking good. But they've only told like half the story. And it's kind of like floating in limbo. Netflix has this one series. What's it called? Knights of Sidonia. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
So it starts off kind of slow, and it doesn't follow traditional anime because it's not like 2D animation. It's actually 3D animation that's cel shaded to look like 2D.
Okay.
As the series, like, it starts off really kind of choppy. It doesn't look that great, but it picks up as it goes along. It's one of those ones where you're definitely going to give it a few episodes before like you appreciate it. I wasn't quite sure what I thought of it at once. They've only done 2 seasons. There's been talk about a third. Like, they've said they're going to do a third, but it's been on hiatus for, like... Jesus. Anyway. Sorry. My phone's ringing. I don't know anybody in Rhode Island, though, so I'm going to assume it's a telemarketer. They said they're going to do a season 3, but it has been on hiatus. So, when season 3 is going to happen, I don't fucking know. But seasons 1 and 2 are still so good, it's worth watching. They hit a sort of point in the series where it's like they could potentially end it at the end of season 2, technically. Not well, shitty ending, but they could. But it's you have a ship that's the ship is almost a miniature planet traveling through space trying to find another Earth to colonize because aliens went and destroyed this one, and the level of desperation and brutality in what happens with trying to survive, especially at the beginning of the show, is so intense. I don't want to get into it too much because it can ruin stuff, but it's one of those things where it hits hard and it hits fast once it actually gets going.
Yeah. Well, it's it seems like Diesel has to go to sleep.
Yeah. I'm tired. I'm drinking water to get my head on straight and make sure I don't have a hangover tomorrow. But yeah, I'm tired. I'm way fucking tired. And I stayed up like 3-4 hours after I was playing too, somewhere around there. But it's been good talk, so that's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Um, let's see here. I'm going to be playing something with B soon and another friend. We'll see how things go, but you know, as far as games are concerned, you know, if you got something, you're more than welcome to join in, and as long as things aren't too hectic during gameplay, you're more than welcome to bounce into the chat and just, you know, keep up with whatever we're conversing about.
Yep.
So, yeah. Take care. Hope you have a good rest of your evening. And
Oh, it's actually 2 o'clock in the morning here now, so morning.
Okay. Good rest of your morning then, whatever. And I'm gonna go pass the fuck out. Take care.
Sounds like a good idea.